Hello, beautiful peasants, and welcome in. Got some cool stuff planned for the day, and mostly I'm excited about the warm-up. I have a Pinterest board you guys can look at and kind of just pick something for me to try to do in this like 10-minute, 20-minute thing. But today is a brand new tool. I've messed around with it a little bit in the last 5 minutes, and I think you guys are going to love it. But first off, hello. My name is Mia. I sculpt tabletop minis for a living, and all of them are designed to be 3D printable. You can scale these up or as small as you want. I usually do 28mm scale because, you know, tabletop. So that's what we do here. I take requests on Patreon, and then I make them into a reality. Just been a really fun thing, and we do it every single day. Well, Monday through Friday, and we start around noon Eastern time. As early as 11, as late as 1. Today's 1. I took an extra long morning. My husband and I went and got donuts. It was a great morning. Alrighty, let's get into the community stuff. So if you're not already, you're welcome to join our Discord server. There we go. We have our daily freebie, which is also another fantastic one today. I have this Griffin. This is a free 3D printable model. If you want to download that, go ahead and go to my Patreon. We change it every day. So if you want it, grab it now because it won't be there tomorrow. Next is a question of the day, and it is, what two D&D campaign themes or settings would you merge together for a unique homebrew? I haven't really played a lot of these. I've played Baldur's Gate, like the game, and I've played a little bit of Curse of Strahd. So I'm going to say those two, because those are the only two I actually have a lot of experience with. Looks like I'm not the only one. That's where the other votes are as well. A lot of Curse of Strahd combos. I like to see it. Alrighty. We're hanging out today in the Creative Summer Kickoff, so if you have references or things that you want to share, this is where you'd want to go. Hello, it says, by the way, guys, Mia's headset mic isn't the one she's talking through. No, I'm not. This is what I listen to my music really loud. So this lets me hear myself. So the mic actually feeds back through my headset. Kind of neat, but yeah. That's why I have it out there, because like, again, this is a working mic. So if it's merged into my headset, I can't hear myself. I just would hear my music and I sound all muffled, which, yeah, this helps me talk a little more clearly. Sean says, Curse of Strahd and Tyranny of Dragons. Gothic horror with more dragons sounds amazing to me. That does sound amazing. I like it. Good call. And yeah, welcome in, everyone. I see all my mods are here already. And then we have Sean's, my husband, Ricky, Grimnir, Matt, and Ray. Awesome, awesome. Oh, and Paint. Cannot forget Paint. Beautiful. Speaking of paint, you asked me about creating your own brushes. During happy hour, I would be happy to demo all 3 of those. It'll only take me about a minute for each brush. And that's an IMM brush, so insert mesh, VDM, vector displacement, and then creating your own alpha, which technically isn't a brush, but you'll see. It can be used as a brush or to modify your brushes. Ray says, oh God, are you constantly hearing yourself? It's more so like, you know how when you talk out loud and you hear yourself? It's like that. Otherwise, it's like having noise canceling headphones, and it makes, I don't know, it makes me more prone to mumbling. Again, I'm listening to music, but then I can actually still hear myself too. Ray, true pain. Ray, you need to practice some self-love, okay? Here's Lux. I'm lurking as usual. Love to see it. All right, let's go straight into the warm-up, shall we? Yesterday we made a shoe, and now that I have slept and I'm looking at it with fresh eyes, I love this shoe. I'm very proud of this shoe. Today we're working on something totally new. I'm curious to all of my other fellow ZBrushers if you guys have ever used this tool, because I bet you haven't. Again, this is on my Pinterest board. If you want to shop around for other techniques and cool stuff, you're welcome to. But today's warm-up is going to feature drawing geometry with Z-Sketch. And here's like a little demo of how they did that. When I practiced this technique, but right before the stream, I cried a little inside because this is what I needed for Knuckle V. You guys will see. So here's a little overview of it. We have a hand. You pretty much you use Z-spheres, which I normally use them to like rig my characters, not to generate topology. So there's a little preview of it looking all H.R. Geiger, gory grossness. And now let's figure out how to do it together. Okay. Step 1, you just need a base mesh and add a Z-sphere. They say you can place it anywhere. They do mention to place it somewhere inside the mesh, ideally, otherwise they'll generate topology, but they don't tell you how to move Z-spheres around, which is kind of tricky and not intuitive, so I will tell you guys how to do that. I grabbed a hand. This is a hand-based mesh that I sculpted a while ago. It gets the job done. If you like this hand and you want this hand, I believe I shared it for free in our Discord server. Alrighty, so the first thing it said is append a Z-sphere. Let's do it. Go to append and click Z-sphere. It kind of just put it in the middle of space. And when you select it, it puts you in this sketch mode automatically. So if you try to click and draw, it just makes a bunch of other Z-spheres, which is obviously not what we want. So if you want to move it, I believe the hotkey is E. Yeah, E as in elephant. And then when you click and drag, it will size it to be smaller or larger. And I believe it's W will let me move it. Yes, so let's just put that in the center. Sweet, we went ahead and did that. Very good. Now let's go ahead and we have to go to Edit Sketch. Scroll down on your tool menu right here to Z Sketch and then enable Edit Sketch. It should turn a color. And then from here, I believe the fun stuff should start to happen. Yes. All right, so I'm going to make my draw size a little smaller here. Let's go to the top of the hand and we'll kind of try to follow the tutorial as closely as possible. Also, Lux, I made fun of you yesterday for being like, oh, you can't even see the tutorial. I'm like, you're right. So now showing the tutorial and you're right. This looks way better. All right. So let's click and drag. It's not working now. All I did was rotate you. Oh, I fell out of Edit Sketch. That's why. That's why I like doing this stuff on camera, because we all know how that is when you try to do stuff on your own and then nothing works. So yeah, kind of click and drag and make these little forms here. Alo is losing their mind if they don't already know what this technique is, because this is insane. And you can really just like build up topology and forms the way that you would with like clay more. I don't know, this is really cool. All right, what else do they have for us? We can use the bulge brush, which behaves the same way as inflate. All right, I'm gonna click on my brush palette up here. You can also click B for brush. It'll bring up a new special brush palette that's much smaller. We'll click on bulge. And sure enough, it go ahead, it inflates things so you can get that kind of like a pustule wart look. It's all the rage right now. All right, I say that looks pretty similar to what they have demoed here. Disgusting, I love it. What they have next for us. Next, they talk about using the armature brush because this allows you to move off of the geometry. So currently when I click and drag, you'll see that it sticks to the model, but if we want to come off of the model, they're recommending armature. Let's try it. Sure enough. Oh, you're joking. This would be, I wish I knew this 5 years ago. This is amazing. Alo, are you saying this shit? This is incredible. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, well, that's amazing. I am absolutely in love. Let's add some little ghostly seeking tendrils on this backside over here. Cool. All right, now this is not a sculptable mesh right now. Let's make it sculptable. Let's make it a real thing. Oh, they plug right here. They have a Geiger and Beksinski pack. I don't have that brush because I didn't pay for it, but that does look really cool. And this was done by E-Man, I think. It's CDCA, 3DCA. All right, but let's make it a real thing. It looks like for that, we're gonna need to go to Unified Mesh. Yes. Okay. They say to go to Unified Mesh to preview it and then set the resolution to 240. So not adaptive skin, which is what I'm used to doing for stuff like this. It's right above it, unified skin. And then let's put that resolution at 240, just like they recommended, and then click preview. There you go. I am noticing a lot of my buttons right here are grayed out still, which would imply that it's not a sculptable mesh. So let's click, yeah, make unified skin. Now it's a real thing, but it didn't make it a real mesh still. It put it in its own subtool. So there's one more step here. You'll need to go click to append and then grab it. So just important for you to know that this right here is still technically just a sketch and not the actual thing. So I'm gonna delete that. And now we have this that I grabbed from this other tool. You'll notice that all my buttons come back from my UI. It does keep it as separate polygroups, albeit they're a little ugly, but I mean they work. So there you go. That's a brand new technique. I already know that some of my students are going to go absolutely insane for this. Incredible. Incredible. Thank you, Sater, for picking this from Pinterest board. It was a banger. This was amazing. Aloha says, ain't no way, right? Isn't that incredible? Ray says, yes, Wart, lovely. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, and Maniac's here. Hey, it's been a bit. Welcome back. Well, that was a really quick warm-up. If you are missing what we did here, we are using Z-spheres to create a sketch. It's really cool. Again, you just go to Append. So we have a Z-sphere right here. You can click on the letter E to size it to be smaller because you don't actually want the Z-sphere being in the way, and then W to click and drag and move it. From there, all you have to do is just click on Z-sketch, edit sketch. That's it. And then you're in business. By default, it's going to use this Sketch 1 brush, and there you go. You can just start going nuts adding topology. If you want to come away from the mesh, just make sure you switch it to armature. I don't think I've ever loved a technique so much in my life. I am just baffled. I am just absolutely baffled. This would be so incredible to make spell effects with. I'm probably going to start using this brush almost every stream. Wow. This is just sitting in my Pinterest board. I just hadn't used it yet. Didn't even know it was there. Incredible. Ray says, the Goop characters would have loved that technique. Oh, I know. I've done a Death Dragon. I've done Nuclevi. We're doing something kind of gross today, so I'm definitely going to use it for that. Incredible. Alara says, that saves so much time. WTF. Dude, I know. I know. Like, I feel like this should be more in the screaming forefront of ZBrush. This is incredible. Aloha says, Mia, can you select a scale or plate brush and then turn on Z-Sketch so you can draw out the scales like that instead of Z-spheres? I don't know how customizable it is. I think it just does a bunch of little Z-spheres. But I wonder if I can, like, stick an alpha on it. Immediately, Aloha was like, let's break it. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Can I put, like, an alpha on it? I don't think so. No. Paint asks, what is that brush called again? It's not a brush. It's not a brush. It's very weird. We have appended a Z-sphere. So go to append, this little red orb. This is normally what you use to like rig your characters, for example. And then once you have that placed, you actually go to Z-sketch, edit sketch. Technically the brush that you are using is called like armature or sketch 1, but these aren't like real brushes. It even has a different brush palette here entirely. Think about like how the masking brush isn't a brush, but like it is, but it's more like a tool. That's how I can think of this as well. It is a tool. Great question though. Alrighty, well, that was fun. Aloha says, do you have that hand available somewhere to grab? I do. I think I have this in our Discord, but I can re-upload it. All right. Well, that was really fun. Let's go ahead and jump out of this mode. I'm going to just get rid of the sketch. Select this mesh here. And the best part about this mesh that I made here is it's really, really easy to change. I made the fingers really long and dramatic because it's easier for me to pose. So as you can tell, the fingers, normally your fingers are a lot shorter, but I found this easier to work with. If you grab Move Topological, you can actually just click and drag and move things quite easily. And that's probably a bit more accurate. But again, it's up to you. You can make all kinds of funny hands. All right, let me go ahead and save this for you guys so you can sketch on it. Make your own hands. I'm going to put this in our Discord under the Creative Summer Kickoff. Hand. There you go. That is available to download. And then Paint says, okay, append orb. Yes, the orb is called a Z-sphere. Go to Z-sketch, edit sketch, armature brush, correct? Yes, you were correct. Yes, I believe it was edit sketch. And then make sure once you're done doing all of like that fun nonsense, you must go to unified skin and then make it an actionable thing. I have it all in the stream. So if you get lost when you try to do it by yourself, you can go ahead and just rewind that. Faint says, also, my Gertie is coming today. You heardy Gertie? That's amazing. Ray says, are there Discord notifications on the stream or is my laptop tripping? Do not even put that evil on me. I went through and had like a fit this morning with Discord and I made sure to mute Discord and all of its annoying pings and to-dos because I swear it always does it at like max volume despite what my computer is set up. So it should be completely muted. Hoping that's on your side. Well, that was the warm-up for the day. I'm kind of going through some other warm-ups we've done right now. We're probably going to roll right into the Tavern Keeper's Craft. It is that time. Hey, Yoni's here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh yeah, we did this whole little character sketch in 20 minutes or something. This one is so ugly. See, some days we make cool stuff. Other days we gotta make this too. These were not even that far apart. Alrighty, well, that was really fun. I hope you guys learned something there. We're gonna go right into today's request, okay? And like always, I would love to have your guys' input, ideas, creative references, pictures, all that kind of good stuff. If you have images you want to share, make sure you're in our Discord for that. Let's go ahead and open my beginning ZPR. And bring up, it is the Tavern Keeper's Craft. All right, so what is this all about? What do we do here? I make 3D printable models. That's the whole point. And usually it's for tabletop. So I have people that support me on Patreon, and then I make their requests a reality. So I have a lot of DMs that support me. DMs, GMs, whatnot. Today's request is from Megan, or Megan. I'm sure it's Megan. Can I get a zombie plague spreader from Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft? Completely open to any stylistic choices you make. I have the best people. All right, zombie plague spreader from Van Richten's Guide. Amazing. And I'm gonna go ahead and put this request, the screenshot for this, in our Discord as well so you can review it. And I'm gonna pin that to the top so I don't lose it. Pin. There we go. All right. Feel free to start grabbing references, other cool nonsense. I'm going to start grabbing my own. And I love doing this because you guys can see the whole process of how I create these characters from the beginning. All right, here is the stat block for it. It's a medium undead, unsurprisingly resistant to necrotic damage. So it just sounds like it's pretty much a zombie. But making it a plague spreader sounds especially cool. So we're definitely going to use that technique that we discovered in the warm-up today. Alrighty. Let's go to images and see what that brings up. Ooh. Is it like this big of a monster? Because, oh my goodness. Aloha, this is your day to shine. We can be as gross as you want. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. That's awesome. That's just a bunch of bodies pinned together. Again, here's that zombie plague spreader. So it's a large humanoid. This is more on the monstrosity side, but it doesn't mean that we can't have fun with it. Yeah, this is more so what I kind of figured it would be. Very asymmetric, very pustulely, warty. Okay, I love the weird silhouette on this. Amazing. Here's another good one. This one actually, it looks more like underwater barnacle-y. I still like it though. Here's a great reference. Thank you, Satyr. Disgusting. Is that a tongue or a tentacle? Awful. Beautiful. All right, I think I already have a decent amount to get started from here. I like the clothing on this character. Something simple, and then I can do like this kind of like hood cloak to show a lot of the body. All right. I'm pretty happy with those references. I got a clear idea what I want. That being said, please share your own like ideas and twists. I would love that. There we go. All right, well, let's get started. So I have this base scene here where I can like quickly kit bash stuff together. Saves me a lot of time and allows me to pretty much create a character every single day. Let's go ahead and delete this. I don't think I'm going to use the female base mesh. I'm probably going to use the male for this. I don't need the eyeballs. We'll just make them black. Let's go spooky. Okay. All right, that's gonna be our starting point. I'm gonna click on my scene macro to quickly change my lighting in the background, so it's just a little nicer to look at. A macro essentially just, if you have a bunch of like repetitive operations you do like every day, like changing your light setup, you can map it to a button. So that's what a macro is. All right, we're gonna go ahead and pin this Chad over here. And now let's make him a plague spreader. Aloha says, on it, man. I'm very excited. In the meantime, I'm gonna start emaciating, deforming, and whatnot. Maybe we'll get some somewhat normal clothing on him as well. All right, I like having some sort of like drapey hood. Again, these are all assets I've made for other characters. If I ever make anything cool, I save it and see if I use it later. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I think that will be a cool one to use. Whenever I'm jumping from tool to tool, it's neat because all I have to do is select what I want and then click append and I can bring it into a different scene. All right, I don't think there's anything else in here that I really want, so I'll delete that. And as far as like pants and stuff, I'll probably give him one shoe, like a sandal, something kind of like that. The booty shorts are cute, but I don't think that's quite the character we're going for. All right, let's go with this kind of rope sandal. Start giving him kind of like that peasant-y look. Again, it's a plague spreader, so I'm assuming at one point it was just a normal person. I don't think this medieval belt is gonna suit what we're doing here. I'll grab these slacks. I might as well. Give him some pants and I can tear those up. So this will take about, I'll give myself another 5 minutes to grab stuff from my kit bashing scene, and then we'll start with the sculpting. Got a timer set? Let's go. What other pieces do I want to grab from this? I don't think I really want to grab anything from any shirts and whatnot. I do like this torn cape I have. I might be able to use this just for like additional layers and cool stuff, even if I don't use it for like its intended original design. All of my assets are polygrouped, so that way if I bring them up, I can actually hide different pieces. So in this case, I really would just want this section of fabric. I'll have everything visible just for now. Let's move that here. Again, kit bashing is one of my favorite things to do because it just looks ridiculous and really quickly gets me a concept that I can start refining. Amazing. Hello says, Mia, hold on. Is the prompt literally just zombie plague spreader? Can I take that and do whatever? Yeah, I knew you were gonna just go insane with this. Go nuts. I want to keep it less on the monstrosity side and more on, so like this is very just like a monstrosity. It is just a pile of people. I don't necessarily want to go this monstrous, more on the humanoid side because it's like a medium-sized undead. This is even more like a crustacean man, but still fits the vibe. So yes, Aloha, it is your time to shine. Specifically, this is from Megan. She's requested a bunch of stuff and supported me for quite some time. Specifically, she said, completely open to any stylistic choices you make. It's what we love to hear. Ooh, Seder has better references than I did. That's disgusting. Oh my god. Awful. Okay. Yep. Love that. Disgusting. Thank you. Aloha in all caps. Mia, it's time. Yeah, I know. You're going to go absolutely insane. All right, so I have some like pieces here that I can start to iterate from. We are obviously going to be deforming the body immensely, like a ton, to get the right effect that we're wanting. But for now, I'm gonna get these clothing pieces roughly put into place. I have 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and delete that. Because again, he looks kind of just like a normal hero as of right now. Don't you worry. He'll be disgusting. Trust the process. I know we're gonna get a ton of use out of that technique that I showed off in the warm-up using ZSketch. So if you wanna see like some practical uses of that, stay tuned because you're gonna see it. I don't think I want this thing on his head because I want to make a lot of creepy stuff on the face. I'm really inspired by what Sater shared here. It's horrible. It's really just awful. Thank you. Wow. Okay. I think I want to sculpt that face. So I already know this body is going to go through a lot of deformation, so I don't need this high res at all. I'm going to delete the highest subdiv right from the get-go and then get some poly paint on here. This disgusting bluish... Are those babies? Oh my god. Okay. Bluish and warm tone is going to be perfect for this. So let's go with a bluish undertone and then start blocking in some of these warm colors here. Awful. For this, I'm going to use color spray actually and see how that does. Color spray is fun because it just grabs a bunch of colors around the rough area that you picked. Sometimes it gets a little too colorful and you'll need to like reel it back, but it's a really good way to add a lot of variety to your characters very quickly. There we go. That's much more interesting than just having it two-toned, even though it effectively is two-toned, just in a more organic way. Awesome. Mia says, Mia, how do I move the pivot point and not the mesh? Hold down Option and click and drag. On Windows, that will be Alt. Otherwise, you're right. It does move the mesh. Good question. Speaking of, if you're lurking and working on ZBrush or, well, it has to be ZBrush software, otherwise I can't help you, feel free to ask questions. You've got little hang-ups and different buttons and stuff. I'm happy to help. All right, that ends our 5 minutes. Let's give me... I don't need a timer for this next part. I'm going to remove the bottom part of these pants and start creating more of an interesting silhouette. We're gonna go with just a couple like two tones here, just all the same color for the clothes. I'm actually gonna remove the pants just for right now. I think I'm gonna remove the shoes too. Man, this guy's just gonna be a monster, isn't he? All right, it's gonna be very vaguely humanoid by the time I'm done with it. It'll be humanoid shaped. And that's it. Let's work on the body. Oh, I have a really cool, like, pustule, gross brush to show off too. Cuts and Scars _VDM, which is just vector displacement. I found this on ArtStation. I highly encourage you to check it out. Hey, Steamworks is here. Welcome in. Happy hump day. Art nerds. Beautiful. All right, we're gonna start changing this base mesh here. I do think having this swelling and general grossness is amazing. Whenever I'm working on monsters like this, I usually go for a much longer neck. There we go. And then a hunchback never hurt anyone. To create that hunchback effect, essentially you just want to take the shoulders and move them up. So your head will come out more like from your sternum area rather than here. I'm going to get rid of the eyes and the eyebrows because I'm deciding we're going full monster today. How's that? gonna use my Move Topological brush to start coaxing open the mouth so I can get to that internal cavity here. All right, I can split that into its own piece. Come on, perfect. He already looks horrifying compared to where we started. Give it another 15 minutes and he's gonna look totally different. Steamwork says, I've been grinding metal all day. Ironically, I feel like that guy today. No kidding. Gnarly, man. So when I'm working on monsters, I'm more likely to kind of pose it early on. I'm not going to break symmetry because then I have to do all this work twice, and that's just not a smart way to do things. I'm also going to break symmetry sooner than later, though. When I do that, though, I will likely make them separate subtools. Like if I'm going to make one arm larger than the other, for example. Same with the hands; those are going to be a different shape. Again, right now we're making like a zombie, like a plague spreader. We're very open to what direction, how we want to interpret this. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Look at these little funny chicken legs he's got going on. Thank you, Sater. You're killing it with like all these disgusting references. Like my mods love Grimdark, so they are just in heaven today. You do not have to be a mod to submit references and cool art for me to incorporate into this design. My mods are just all over it today because this is their jam. Right now I'm just really pushing around the proportions. I don't have any subdivision levels, so I don't think I'm going to need them. I don't know what I'm going to do with this belly. It's kind of becoming this disturbing teardrop shape. I think I'm going to start introducing some asymmetrical. Yeah, gross and grungy is my bag. Happy to have you here, Sater. Just keep in mind that when you are creating monsters and stuff, there are some like rules still. Like he's still gonna have like a collarbone and other bony landmarks like that. Sater says, or jam works too. Tasty, tasty toe jam. Awful. So I'm really just using the standard brush right now to map out all these different shapes and kind of just play with the forms. The magic of this design is really going to sing as we introduce all these asymmetrical elements. It's also time to start adding just more meshes in general. I'm feeling a little limited by what I have currently. So to do that, I'm going to use Curve Tube. I'm just going to click and drag and make sure the picker is on continuous Z so that way it'll wrap around the body. There we go. And then from this, I can go ahead and Dynamesh it. And just go ahead and start creating some really fun, gnarly shapes. I keep my resolution really low. It just makes it easier to work with. This is going to allow me to create a lot of asymmetrical shapes without changing the base mesh. And I really just, I don't like making my base mesh asymmetrical because it makes it a pain to rig in Character Creator then. All right, Aloha is ready. They say, I have a wide selection of our finest Grimdark horror. Just pick and choose what direction you want to go. I give a bit of everything. I am so excited for this to show up any second now. He needs a pet grub. I wouldn't mind putting some worms in the base just for him. Speaking of, let's go ahead and get a base loaded in here. We'll go with our tentacle ooze base that has served us well in the past. I'm going to remove the actual tentacles though, because I don't think we need that. And then for this base, we're going to do a really simple poly paint on here. So kind of like some gross browns, and then for the skull itself, kind of like a bit of a yellow. There we go. Something that looks kind of muddy. Ray says, those curved tubes are making me think of burrowing maggots into his body. Charming. Aloha, where is your reference? It will not upload. I want to see. I'm so excited. This is the kind of model that makes me want to add multiple arms. I'm thinking. Where is his teeth? He has no teeth. Where did they go? There they are. They're in his chest. Okay. Let's kind of move them over here. Perfect. I don't mind if they're sticking to the front of his face. That is a-okay. Ray says, you don't sound very charmed. He's just not very charming. But that's the appeal. Sater says, combine those two. He has a ripped open chest that drips maggots on the ground as he walks. Ripped open gut. Oh, horrifying. Okay. Let's do it. Here's a maggot. Here's another one. I'm just going to do a bunch of little curved tubes on the base. And these will be our little maggot friends. Sweet. Maggot friends. If you're squeamish, I'm sorry. We work on cuter things on other days, but today is not going to be that day. So if you're like, when does she stop working on this? I'm not going to today. It's just going to be gross and get grosser. Ooh, look at all of these like woven together shapes. Ew. Cool. You guys seem passionate about this impaled gut thing, so let's do it. Taver Pet Plague Spreader. Wow, that would be one for the ages, wouldn't it? That's just a pile of disease with 2 legs on it. It would be interesting to see, and I know I can figure out making it cute. Dark Souls has some really good ones. Agreed, paint. All right, let's go ahead and add some more of these giant worm structures. And again, I'm using the curved tube brush to achieve that. When you draw a line, and let's say you want to continue that line, all you have to do is zoom in and wait for this little, see there's a red line? Gone. There it is, gone. It's very finicky. Wait for it to show up, and then click and drag, and it will continue that line. Disgusting. Let's go ahead and mirror this other piece. There we go. Again, I don't want to break symmetry quite yet. I have asymmetrical details, but this base mesh I want to be pretty normal. So when this happens, this is called mesh shattering, and this means that you tried to dynamesh when your mesh is not solid to begin with. And that's because I removed his eyeballs. All I have to do is click close holes and then dynamesh. And there you go. Can we find a happy medium resolution, or are you just gonna like destroy yourself? ZBrush is like, I don't know. We're gonna find out. Ray says, I hate to be that guy, but it reminded me of this. No, saying what things remind you of is not a bad thing at all. I mean, unbelievable, Ray. You know, given the way that this creature is going to be, I'm probably not going to pose it in Character Creator 4. I'm probably going to pose this in ZBrush. So depending how today goes, I might finish this entire character in the next couple hours. I think Aloha is having internet issues. Sad. Well, whenever your references come through, I'll make sure to incorporate them. It's going to be great. Oh, someone new is here. Arn. Hello, hello. And the last half of that is Italis 14. 14 is my favorite number. Neat. We're going to scroll up here to looking at Satyr's references, specifically for this cutie. Love that. All right, let's get some more of those shapes involved. To do that, I'm going to use the Move brush and just click and drag by holding Option. When you do that, it inverts the brush, so I can move it towards the camera. Hello, so sorry, got delayed. It's in there now. Not a problem at all. Oh, excellent, excellent. All right, here are some references from Aloha of different vibes you can take this, because again, there's lots of ways we can take this. Either more ethereal, King Zombie, just straight up Doom, or Resident Evil. Yoink. All right, and then this one, ooh, the Z-Sketch deformation stuff, which we're definitely going to utilize today. That's gonna be a lot of fun. And then next level tertiary details. You know I'm always trying to improve. Some thin skin elements. Ooh, cool. Oh, a hand face. Gross. I like that a lot. That's really cool. This is more so what I'm going to lean towards. I'm hopefully not going to get too monstrous. Like I want it to be monstrous, but not like final boss energy monstrous. Right now he just looks like a little funny man with chicken legs. Trust the process. Or don't. Just come back in an hour and be amazed. Someone's gonna come back in an hour and be like, it's fine. All right. I have a pretty clear direction. Let's go. First thing, I've been playing with these shapes and having fun with it. But it's not coming out as epic as I'm wanting it to. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, he's not going to have clothes. He's going to be just naked. We're going to keep the maggots on the ground. It's a nice touch. We have this mouth mesh. The eyes, those are going to stay. I'm actually going to merge them into the same piece just for organization purposes. And then the fingernails and toenails, we just don't need. All right, now it's gonna be time to really take this body and make it what I want. I have some really cool references. Let's make it happen. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make him a lot more top heavy and leg heavy, just tall in general. Let's go ahead and stretch that mesh upwards. There we go. Why are you being so weird? Weird little crotch area. Stop it. It has to do with the topology there and the way the edge loops are layered on each other. There you go. Just delete it and then close holes and it usually will fix it. All right, next up is going to be a more clear abdomen. So I was kind of going for like this fat pad here and messing with it, but I didn't feel inspired by it. So instead we're gonna go with giant ripping open chest cavity that's going to be mirrored on the face as well. Just a normal day in the office. We are also going to take a different approach here compared to my normal creature sculpting, which means lots and lots and lots of subtools. This is the kind of approach I do when I'm creating like clothing and different assets like that. But this monster is pretty much gonna end up being like that. So each limb is gonna be a separate piece. And I really wanna make sure I do that because by having them as separate subtools, I'll be able to, here we go, make it asymmetrical very quickly. Nothing says gross and grim dark horror quite like delicious asymmetrical details. There we go. We got a torso. We got some legs. I don't want them to connect in the center. Stop. At this point, this model's pretty much gonna be sculpted from scratch, but whatever. He does need like a a pelvis and like a butt. So I'm actually going to split this into its own piece. That way the torso doesn't get form hungry and just become the entire mesh. There we go. Today was an illusion. It was like, oh, Mia's sculpting from a base mesh. No, Mia destroyed her base mesh immediately and I'm just sculpting from scratch again. It happens. I will be using different assets to save me a bit of time, but not quite yet. Hey, Torben's here. Welcome back. So each time I reach a spot on the subtool or on this model that I know I'm going to have an interesting form change, I'm just making a separate subtool. I'm trying to be as descriptive as possible during this process because it's gonna look like nonsense and then it's gonna suddenly look cool and you're gonna be like, wait, what happened? I'd be like, I was trying to tell you as it was happening. Just a cozy Wednesday, making cute stuff. Nice. So right now it's all about proportions. I'm not worried about my secondary forms at all. I think I might want to go with a lankier, grosser form. So it's going to be like ethereal horror, I think. Oh, what if I have them split in half? Maybe. I got options. Aloha says, Mia, by the way, I think there's so much chatter in the last stream. I feel like we skipped over how awesome the snake was. It looked awesome. Oh, thank you so much. No, I felt appreciated for sure. A lot of you guys were very, very kind and clear. But I appreciate that still. So I'm just taking this as an excuse to pretty much make whatever kind of gross thing that I want and then just put pustules on it at the end and call it a plague spreader. It's gonna be great. I haven't decided if I want it to be like super bulky or super skinny. I just know it's gonna be a more of a top heavy design. So let's actually throw this into Transpose Master so I can really push all of this around at the same time. With symmetry turned on. There we go. You can tell that I really don't care how messed up some pieces of the mesh get, because I'm just not worried about it. This is all focusing on primary forms. The way that he's leaned forward really cracks me up. Let's kind of fix that. It's this weird like pelvic tilt that's making him look goofy in a way that I'm not wanting. So let's go ahead and reconfigure that. Ray says, Mia, the closer I'm watching, the more appreciation I have for just how fast you're working, switching brushes and experimenting with forms. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's Lots of practice. Lots and lots and lots of practice. Sater says, right, it is crazy. That's why anytime I see someone call her slow, I'm like, okay, you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, peasants. I appreciate you. And it's awesome people join and they're like, that's not going to be 3D printable. And I'm like, the fuck it's not. Sorry. I've designed over 1,000 3D printable models and people come in here and tell me that. I'm like, bold of you. Also, it's an exciting point too, because I'm like, no. 3D printers are so freaking cool. Like, trust me. You can print it. You too can have amazing 3D prints everywhere, unpainted. All right, I have some ideas that are forming, so I'm gonna jump back out of Transpose Master and throw some more forms on here. Aloha says, yeah, tell him. All right, turns out he will have some clothes, not a lot, but a little bit. We're gonna grab a strap right here. There we go. I'm gonna duplicate it and then mirror. I just think it'd be cool if I could have something like, I want something ethereal about this. I don't know why I need my zombie plague spreader to feel ethereal, but I do. So I'm going to start incorporating aspects of that into the design too. More than anything though, right now I'm really just playing. This is what I'm talking about not criticizing your work when it's just so not done. That's like you're baking a cake and instead of waiting to eat the cake when it's out of the oven, you stir together flour and raw eggs and you just start eating the batter like an absolute gremlin. That's what you look like when you judge your art when it's not done. Stop doing that. You are really shortchanging yourself in the process. Yay, Aloha's playing with it too. Hell yeah. Okay, yeah, creating any type of tendrils, rip, skin, or tissue. This is amazing. What the fuck? I felt the same way. Well, good. I'm really glad that we all learned something today. And if you missed the beginning of the stream, you're like, wait, I did not learn said thing. Don't worry, I'm going to showcase that technique at some point. I don't know when, but it's going to happen today. And it's going to be really cool. If you don't want to wait, just leave me and go to the beginning of the stream to other past me, and I will show you how to do it. Yeah, that's what Aloha put in. That's kind of what I'm going to go for. From Aloha's Ref. Yeah. Agreed. You know, sometimes I try to create this like gross stuff and then I say it all the time where I'm like, okay, this is a monster. It doesn't need to be hot. It can just be a monster. And then I'm like, oh, oops, kind of hot. And if anybody looks at that and they're like, how could you possibly say that? And I'm like, look at this silhouette. You can't tell me there's not appeal and beauty there. It's disgusting, but that's like a secondary trait. There's also a lot of other cool things happening there. We're going to split this into another section because Mia cannot remember where the ribcage begins and ends, but I will remember if it's in two pieces. I don't know why. But for some reason, I must have the ribcage separate from the pectoral muscles because it's like, oops, all pectorals. So we're making them separate. If you have goofy, bad art habits or like just things that you tend towards, you can fix it or you can just be aware of it and then work around it like I did. Like that already looks better. And it's not the worst thing to have a ton of subtools. Yeah, Aloha made Venom. This is their fan art, which is incredible. So again, Aloha sculpted this. And they mentioned this took them so long to sculpt tendril by tendril. Yeah, if you had that Z-sketch technique, that would be a cinch. I think Aloha is traumatized over there. It's okay. Bring in some cool hands. I'm going to make the hands separate pieces as well because I have decided it's going to be a hot zombie plague spreader. And if you're like, what? Just check back in an hour or stay and enjoy the process. I know a lot of you guys are at work. So you can't watch every single step. But I'll tell you when significant like landmarks happen and when to check in. So I just grabbed, so again, it's like a combination of sculpting from scratch and kit bashing. That's my favorite way to do things. Arms are really tricky for me too, so I will boop, make it a subtool. It's like pretty much anytime I hit a joint and I know it's going to bend, bam, subtool. Sometimes with the arms, I'll split the deltoids in the bicep, tricep, that's just this section, into its own piece as well. It really just depends. Which means we're gonna go with a long, creepy neck because we're going ethereal. For that, I'm gonna create the neck with the curved tube brush. There you go. And then Dynamesh. Move, back face mask. Amazing. All right, I don't like that I've completely mangled this chest. And I know what a chest looks like, so let's make it look like a chest. First thing we're gonna do is, bam, there's a spine. Where is the clavicle? Clavicle is this thing. From the top, it looks like a Cupid's bow. This, and it comes all the way over here, and there's another little bony landmark. See that little nodule? So again, it arcs down. It looks like a bow if you were to like look from the top down. So I can go here, from the top down, grab my sander brush. There's that little nodule I mentioned, and swoop. I went the wrong way. Swoop. I still went the wrong way. There you go. And then you can kind of div out some cavities here, because again, there's a big like gap right here. I mean, it depends on the person, but we're making a monster, so I can exaggerate this however I want. There's those lat muscles. And then with this, we're gonna make those sternocleidomastoid, whatever muscles. Getting better at saying that, but not today. And when we start going to the secondary forms, that's when we really bring in the Z sketch. There you go. And I was starting to do this thing. Again, they taper and connect here. It's a V inwards, not a taper out. Inwards. Inwards. I know it's a monster, but all monsters are rooted in reality. So just keep that in mind. All right, we did some secondary forms. Neato. Let's strike in the center where these pectoral muscles are. Strike, strike. And then ribcage time. There it is. Thank you for showing that picture, because I kept arcing it the wrong way. Boop, there it goes. That's the thing I was talking about. Ray says, Mia, if you watched Arcane, of course. I said, hear me out to Victor's minions, so your hot flesh woman isn't so bad. Yeah, I get you. I didn't watch season 2, so don't talk about season 2 yet. But yeah, Arcane's amazing. The whole character arc, devastating. Artists are freaks, what can I say? Paint, this is hurtful, okay? I need you to know that this is hurtful, and that's exactly what it looks like so far. There's nothing hot about this. Oh my god. Somebody ban paint. Joking. All right, I need to fix this face. It's gotten so goofed up that if I don't rescue it soon, it will be not recoverable. I am going to split the lower jaw off so I have more control. Paint says no, ban self. It was just so spot on. I wasn't ready for it. All right, some cool things are happening right now. We are removing part of the face, and it's gonna be like this little peekaboo moment. It's gonna be really cool. Do I give it elf ears? I shouldn't, but I want to. You know what? It's my piece. I can do whatever I want. We're gonna grab this skull that I had on the base already and start Frankensteining that on the top of this model too. Just kind of a cool little peekaboo moment. Gonna mask this bottom section off. Again, it's horrifying, the topology and the design so far, but just trust the process. I've got something really cool cooking. But it's not gonna happen quickly, it's just the way of things. Let's do paint with the color spray brush because I don't want to pick a good color. Do it for me. That's better. All right, see, it's starting to look cool. Okay, it's very slowly starting to look cool. Monkey says, "What in the name of the Elder Eye is going on here?" Plague spreader. It's gonna be great. Hey, Jack is here. If you were here earlier, I missed you, but hey, welcome in. Plague spreader that I can't stop making it more and more elaborate and ridiculous. We're gonna start posing the arms into some sort of cool thing. I'm gonna go ahead and split these weird little feet nubs into their own piece. I'm also gonna just lower the base because I got plans. And they're getting in the way. People are like, "Oh yeah, do you work from a concept?" I'm like, kind of. I'm having so much fun right now. This is gonna be awesome. About to figure out what's gonna look like first. Once I figure out what this is gonna look like, it's gonna be great. I was telling Ricky today too, I was like, you know, yesterday I sculpted that snake from scratch. I'm not gonna do that again today. Straightforward character. Whatever. I try to space things out so, you know, I don't have to like work super hard every single day. But sometimes I don't know what a character is going to be. And this one definitely kind of ended up being more than I bargained for. And that's okay. Aloha says, "We casually got over 20 people watching. I love how chill it is some days where people are watching with work in the background." Yeah. It is cool. Everyone's just enjoying some gross vibes in their Wednesday. I like it. Gonna end up being like queen plague spreader, I think. What can you do? I'm very slowly starting to introduce some secondary forms. If you look at these arms, they're looking like screwed up in like an intentional way. Not just screwed up. Torben says to me, "I have 2 more questions. I'm not sure when to ask them, so don't stop your work. But last night, you ended, so now I may ask your questions. I have 5 minutes left." Okay. What's your question? Let me know if you can ask. Just ask. Taylor, just tuned in. What's wrong with this face? What do you mean? He's beautiful. Jack says, "Certainly seemed that way. It was against my will, I promise. So sleepy." Some naps are like that. Yeah, excuse me? He is beautiful. What do you mean is wrong with his face? What's wrong with your face? Too much? Is this kind of a non-death creature? Yeah, you nailed it. It's gonna be an undead plague spreader. And it wasn't supposed to be like a from scratch sculpt, but here we are. It just ended up being kind of like that. This kind of creepy stuff is a lot more up my alley though than say like the snake from yesterday. That was tough. Kane says, what do they say about people with big hands? Not NSFW. Okay. More mental health issues. Sean's, then why am I such a huge mess when my hands are tiny? Rip. Yeah, we got some vibes here. Eh. It's not wowing me yet. It's fine. But I'm not amazed yet. We also completely lost the ribcage. Where's your ribcage, sir? Let's bring it back. There it is. There's a ribcage. And then a spine in here somewhere. Notice that I'm working extremely low poly. Jokes aside, like, you do not need to be super high res to get these kind of concepts blocked out. In fact, you shouldn't. It's gonna make your life harder, I promise. We're gonna have some vertical striations on the chest, and then I'll match kind of some of this rib nonsense we got going on too. Paint says, you need to look up flesh eater court models for some other ideas. Ooh, do share. Sean's does have tiny feet. Size 5. Tiny feet. I have really big feet. I'm like a size 11. Looks like his skin is made of stone. I don't think so. I think it looks like his skin is just made of not enough polys yet. His head does look like stone though, compared to the rest of it, because it's so smooth. Ooh, gross. I like that. That's just like a beautiful emblem too. That is really aesthetically pleasing. All right, keep combining concepts, moving stuff around. We're getting some cooler stuff here. Let's work a little bit more on this face. Weird face time. I'm gonna add a little bit of poly paint just so it's easier for me to keep track. Wow, that's rainbow. Come on, color spray, be cool. There we go. Add some shadows to the cavities. It really just helps me kind of map out shapes. All right, for this, I'm not really sure what we're gonna do. All right, first thing we're gonna do is flip-flop because my reference is flip-flopped and I have a hard time flipping that in my head. So I'm not even gonna bother, I'm just gonna do it here. Let's kind of bring up that cheekbone. I'm really just using the same two brushes over and over again, and that is Move and Standard. That's kind of how we made this entire character so far. What's really gonna make this look cool, this piece, is showing the teeth, not this weird mouth flap. So let's go ahead and just remove the part that's not looking cool. It still needs to be there. And then where is the other part of his jaw? There it is. Why are you not filling object? Be darker. Ooh. Just one leg being like goopy and thick. I like that. That's disgusting. Good sketch, Skater. Satyr. All right, I do want this face to be somewhat lined up, so I need to get these bony landmarks making sense. Come here. Don't fight me. Be cool. And we need an eyeball. This isn't going to work without an eyeball. I'm using IMM primitive just to insert an eyeball. And then the standard brush to bring, again, it can be deformed and gross, but it needs to be correctish. I'm going to use the standard brush on the edge to start getting kind of like this more of like ripping appearance. The head did get a little lumpy on that side. Come here. There you go. Kind of tempted to have 2 flaps of skin on both sides of the face. I don't want looking like mandibles, but I kind of want it to look like mandibles. You know what I mean? That's looking cooler. I need to turn on double so that way it doesn't look like it disappears when I turn it. And then we're missing a bunch of teeth. I want teeth lining the inside of the mouth. Let's go with a bunch of molars. I think that would be good. That's not a molar. Go with a white poly paint, and then I'm going to bring my brush depth down so that way I can... And of course we're not going to have normal teeth. We're going to have like way too many teeth. Beautiful. I'm going to use my mask lasso brush to continue to remove material from this top mesh. And I don't know when we're going to fix the topology on this, but we will. But not right now. Torben says, first question. I see when you EKS X the dark elf cowboy, all items is on its own, like layers in Photoshop, but how do you do it in ZBrush? There's subtools. Each one of these is a subtool. Yep, and that's exactly how it works. It's just like layers in Photoshop. So everything is an individual piece. It doesn't have to be. You can merge them down and then just use like polygroups, for example. But honestly, considering that you mentioned like you're brand new to ZBrush, don't try to run before you can walk. You know what I mean? But if you want to know the functionality, 100%, that is a thing that you can do, and it's fun to really be able to quickly iterate different shapes from. All right, the head's looking a lot cooler. We're going to move on to a different thing now, which is the lower body, which I'm not really sure what I want to do with it. I kind of want to make it just like plant tendril man now. Yeah, like, you know what this needs? Tentacles. I love that. So now I'm kind of moving this like skirt thing that I made around because I want it to be cool, but I don't know what I want to do with it yet. Ray says, I really thought she was going to leave it with those are subtools. I thought about it because I was just like, it's just gonna sound like nonsense until you know like so much more about the program. Does that make sense? Instead of tentacles, it could be intestines. I like how you think. I'm going to duplicate these feet and try to make a new weird foot shape because problems. You know, it's like I can barely sculpt normal feet. What if I make like double feet? doesn't make any sense. I really like it. In that order. What if we just had like more arms? You know what I mean? Ooh, party arms. Torben says, Nia, thanks. I just think it's very important so you can easily fix something that's wrong without destroying the model. Exactly. That is one of the nice things about it. But the dumb thing about ZBrush is if you delete a subtool, it's gone forever. There's no undoing deleting a subtool, so just be wary. Torben says, yes, I have -10 in level in ZBrush, but not for long. Jack says, yeah, sometimes things become really obvious when you know, and even you'll forget you didn't know at some point. This is true. Monkey, I read that. Okay, if I had too many arms, it's gonna look like an angel, I feel like. It's gonna look so pretty. Like a little ballet pose. And then second question, how do you make a library? I think you called it. Subtools, and a tool. So the way it works is like ZBrush has project files, which are called ZPRs, ZBrush projects. Every ZBrush project is made of tools, like this. And every tool is made of subtools. And that's where you get these individual pieces. Do not look at these if you're squeamish, edema, and cellulitis. I will open that later. And I'm also going to scroll up so people don't think that we're freaky in the chat. But I will check that out. Perhaps he needs some sexy platform heels. It's low-key what I was thinking of doing with creating these feet, honestly. But that's the energy that I want. What if he had a skirt that was made of arms? You know? What if... You know, clothes are so overrated. We're just gonna have arms. Oops, all arms. I duplicated this. Don't act like there's not 2 copies of you. Cool. Can this monster move each of these arms? I have no idea. That's disgusting. Cool. What if instead of being like a skirt, like I kind of have now, it's like a crown, like a flip it around 180 degrees and have it reaching up this way. This model's gonna be a pain in the ass. I need to sculpt it all asymmetrically, but it's gonna be awesome. All right, it's gonna be worth it. All right, I'm kind of starting to figure out what I want here. There's no shortcuts with this one. Usually I can do things like efficiently, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do this, and then I'll break symmetry at the very, very end. No, this whole thing needs to be designed in, asymmetrically to get the silhouette looking the way I want it to. It's going to be a lot of going back and forth between transpose master and not. Torben says, wow, that was too fast to understand. I think I'm -12 now. That's why I like with your questions, I'm like, you're not going to understand. And that's okay. But asking like how to make an asset library and organize your subtools, That's like asking how to bind a book, but you don't know how to write yet. So it's like, you won't have any pages to write. It's a good question, but not yet. It's true. Sater says, the skirt made of arms is moving into boss territory. I know. I can't stop myself. It's going to be epic. Monkey said, whoa, I thought this was a chibi channel. Some days it's chibis and cute. Other days it's this. I need to figure out this pelvis. It's looking stupid. Stupid in an unintentional way. Stupid's fine, but it just needs to... There we go. Where are some secondary forms? Look at this funny little butt. It should look more like a pelvis. And the spine as well should be more built up. All right, we're doing the things. Cool. All right, we're gonna do one of these weird legs that Sater sketched. So I merged these legs down, so now it's just one piece, and we're gonna go into asymmetry land. I'm gonna push it in a little bit. We've completely lost the ethereal aspect entirely. It's just gonna be gross. That's okay. The second I broke the symmetry on this pose, it looks so much better. Oh, it's not even fair. Okay. I really tried doing this in a way that isn't gonna take me hauling ass for this entire 2 hours, but there was no other way to do it, and that's okay. That's what the peasants, that's what you guys are here to see. I'm aware. I'll do the thing, and I'm gonna do a really good job. All right, so I'm just blobbing this up, again, using the standard brush. Check that out. And that means I'm gonna make this other leg nice and emaciated. That wasn't emaciated. There we go. That means this one only gets 1 foot. I might even have this foot kind of pointing downwards, like it's significantly shorter, and so now it walks really crooked. Oh, I hope Megan's okay with me going this insane. She said make any stylistic choices you wanted, and it's gone full insane. Sorry, here. Hello, hello. Ray says, Mia, should I merge down blockout subtools or just have them intersect? Keep them separate subtools. You can merge them down, but just don't weld them. Keep them as separate polygroups so you have maximum flexibility. Once you dynamesh it, you're SOL. Like, you can't go back, you know? If you guys said cool stuff or cool questions and I completely ignored you, it was an accident. I'm just cooking over here, so you can just keep repeating yourself until I acknowledge you. Because if you said something that I didn't like, I will just tell you I didn't like that. I'll never just ignore you flat out. Unless it's really bad, then I'll ban you. But that never happens around here. Peasants are pretty good. Tried so hard to not make this. Each asset, each limb is a completely custom piece. That's cool. It's gonna be awesome. I think I'm gonna get all done today still too. That's lame. What do I do with these arms? What do I do with my hands? He's already got so many hands. What if there's just no arms? Just all the arms are like a tree facing up. Or maybe just one arm. I don't mind just one arm. That's kind of cool. Aloha says, me, I feel like he needs something big and modify me, look at him and go, ew, OMG, I love it. I agree. I feel like that can be all of the arms sticking off of his body. But I get you on the ew. Like a giant mouth coming out of his chest. Or a giant tongue. Or intestines. All right, I think it's Z-sketch time. All right, this is a cool thing we talked about earlier. Go to Append, Z-sphere. Once you have your Z-sphere selected, you can make it smaller by holding down E, and then move it out of the way with W. I recommend hiding it in the mesh. Hide. Once it's nice and hidden, come down towards Z-sketch, and then click on Edit Sketch. Go back into draw mode by clicking Q, and now you're in business. You can start adding cool nonsense. I don't want to be pitch black because that's hard to see. Stop. Let's go with a darker muted red. Here we go. Okay. And we're going to use this to do a lot of our heavy lifting on just like gore and general grossness. By default, Z-sketch is going to stick to the model, but if you want it to fly off of the model, you can just use armature brush. It seems to do a decent job, honestly, just using Z-sketch. But just keep that in mind. Jack says, do you like working with Dynamesh groups activated, or do you go and merge pieces without touching the mesh again? I never use Dynamesh in groups. I only use Dynamesh when I am like stretching a model a ton at each individual subtool. It doesn't mean you shouldn't use it. I'm just saying I do not use that. I just don't understand why I would ever need Dynamesh with groups turned on. I would just keep in separate subtools. So this is how we're going to create all of our delicious secondary forms. I'm going to just throw a lot of these shapes on here. And you know what? Aloha's right. We need something that's like, wow, ew, I love it. And I think it's going to be something I create using the armature brush here. Aloha, I know you're always working on really cool stuff, but if I could like take some of your attention for a second here to help me iterate something cool, I think I can create like a flesh spider web. You get what I'm saying? But I don't know where to put it. Like, what if it's holding like a flesh orb, you know? Flesh orb. What is my job? Or like, I just feel like the answer is up here, and that's unusual. Most of my models aren't so like top heavy design wise. I feel like actually all peasants. How are we feeling about flesh orb? And at least one of you needs to go, I don't think that's gonna 3D print, so I can lose my mind at you. All right, I'm gonna go to bulge really quick here so I can really start messing with some of these forms. Sadie was like, that's what I was saying about making the gut. I get you, but the gut thing has been done before. I know everything's been done before, but like, I really want to make something interesting. Ray says, flesh hula hoop. Lux says, flesh orb good. Thank you. Yes, flesh orb. All right, that's getting a screenshot. That's going straight into the tab of quotes. You guys are now famous. That's going into Discord forever. Unless someone already put it in here. Flesh. Amazing. Thanks, guys. Monkey said, I didn't hear what was going on. All I heard was peasants. What do you think about the flesh orb when I came back into the room? Hello. All right, if we're gonna do flesh orb, I think I need to create an actual sphere so I can have a little more control over that shape. Making a flesh orb magnet pregnant belly has been done before. Where? Like on half of these references, or maybe not that specifically exactly, but yeah, like we got some spillage going on here. There's a little, I mean, it's just intestines poking through. That's the flesh orb. Those are just literal babies. That's disgusting. Okay. Those are literal babies. Disgusting. Oh, this is so... Ray says, I hope it's a hollow ball. That, I just don't want to drive myself crazy for 3D printing. Man, you guys feel very strongly about this. I love it. Jack says, tentacles up good. Satyr. Bah, humbug. No, Satyr, you had a really fantastic idea. I'm sorry if I just called you basic. You're not. I like your idea so much, I wanted to make it the focal point at the top of the model so no one can miss it. How's that? You're like, no. Moment ruined. Day destroyed. All right, I'm gonna go to ZSketch and toggle off edit sketch and hope it didn't delete everything I just did. But that's okay if it did, because... Okay, so this is a plague spreader. So I'm thinking that this orb is literally a dense manifestation of plague and disease and rot. And all of these hands pull pieces off of this giant flesh orb and literally spread plague. Like we're taking plague spreader very literally. Think of like instead of like a flower girl at a wedding, like throwing flowers, we're throwing plague. That's what we're doing here. Okay. All right, the concept has finally come together. I finally know what I want. I'm very excited about this. This is about to get really freaky and really awesome really fast. If you haven't looked up in a while, now is a good time. Also, this big, like this fatter leg here is perfect because it's going to kind of show like supporting all of this weight. I'm going to need to bend the rest of the body to make this orb look heavy. Why can't I sculpt anything in symmetry today? Why must I do everything separate? It's just one of those days. That's okay. All right, where are those pectoral muscles? Come here. You need to start bending the body here to show weight. And this is where also contrapposto comes in. So contrapposto is when you take if you draw a parallel line across like the shoulders and the hips. That doesn't make sense. All right, I'm gonna picture time. Pay attention. If you draw a line right here and right here, see like that's like the axis both these are like the shoulders and the hips are on. This looks really, really stiff. To make the pose more interesting, you wanna like angle the shoulders and angle the hips. And that's what we're gonna do right now. I'm going to use move topological and we're going to scooch. So again, show like that there's weight. The shoulder that's bearing the weight should be lower. Thank you, Satyr. You're the best. Satyr's like, say less. I got you. Perfect reference. I was going to say like, can someone grab a reference of someone like carrying like a giant concrete ball? You know what I mean? And bam, there we are. This guy does not have proper form. My plague spreader, just pain. Trying to rotate the entire model, but for some reason it's acting like there are folders, even though there's not. Oh well, that doesn't matter. We need more of a gap between the ball and the rest of the body. This needs some reworking. It's cool, we have a lot of cool stuff happening, but it's not quite there yet. A bit of a wider stance will help. There we go. Hello, this is Mia. I know it doesn't fit the model, but can you please keep the meatball? He looks so happy with it. I mean, the meatball is gonna stay. It's just gonna be plaguified. Does look like a giant meatball. Look, Mom, it's a rock. It's not a boulder, it's a rock. All right. Let's come through here with the spiral brush to just add in a little bit of nonsense, because I feel like when in doubt, a little bit of spiral brush makes the day a little better. We're gonna have some of this plague probably dripping, because I feel like plague is drippy. Wow, you're gonna be a lot of work. Okay. It's okay, it's a monster. I can make it really screwed up. There we go. Thank you, Aloha. It's not just a boulder, it's a rock. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. All right, since it's going to be plague and pestilence, it's gotta be green. But not adorable green. Let's go with murky green. Desaturate. There we go. How much to eat the meatball? Oh, nice. So having an arm. All right, that was very helpful. I need to do that thing now. Just having one arm that's out this way, even if it's like a weird, funny little arm, it's gonna help with that. I mean, the more broken it looks, the better, but it can't be so broken you can't tell what's going on. There, that helped. All right, some of these arms need to be different sizes. This might be one of the most horrifying monsters I've made. Amazing. All right, more secondary forms. Why aren't you working? My move brush says no. Why does it say no? I'm actually not sure. Reset all brushes. There we go. You know, I guess it could work either way. Which way this swishes. That's a thing I'm going to work on later. All right, back to ZSketch. Where is my orb? I don't see the Z sphere anymore. Womp womp. Does it just disappear if you don't pay attention to it? Okay. Ray says, I can't wait to see the finished fall of Aloha. Me too. Aloha says, also Mia, wouldn't his shoulders be the opposite way around if he's lifting the meatball up? He'd push that side up. Honestly, it can kind of just go either way at this point. Like, I get you, like what you're trying to say. I mean, it ends up being kind of just like on the same. I like the idea that he's resisting it, or like it's crushing him. I haven't decided yet. Sater says, Mia, could you use the thing that Rodolfo showed you yesterday for the plague ball? Hell yeah, I can, and I'm gonna. But first, I do want to add some secondary, or some of this. Just to get something started. some plague goodness. Can you not rip through the whole mesh, please? There we go. And then that technique, or what he showed me yesterday, is using the masking brush. So you hold down comma or command to bring comma to bring up your masking brush, and then go to mesh splat. There you go. Disgusting. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect for this. Oh, unless you get upset with it. All right, so don't be greedy. Just do sections that are ZBrush appropriate, apparently. Probably shouldn't cover this entire thing with it. I know it's really subtle, it's kind of hard to see. I have a plan on how to fix that. Sweet. Now that we're here, I can click on auto groups, mask just this section here, do Command W, and then we're going to inflate this whole section by using the 3D gizmo and holding Command, click and drag on this yellow square. There's the plague ball. And now we're going to take this plague ball underneath, darken it just a touch, so that way these contrast nicely. There's some cool texture. And then we can add more to this by using the inflate brush, all that kind of cool stuff. I'm also going to start using the Z-sketch. That looks nice, doesn't it? Delicious. I can't contrast this because it's such a thin mesh. It's gonna explode here. Where's my contrast slider? I thought I had my contrast slider up here. Where'd it go? There it is. I don't want to cause too much mess. Here we go. See, like these little fragments are starting to form? That's gonna be a problem for me later. So I want to minimize that as much as possible. Okay. Z-sphere. Make this smaller. Move it to where you can't see it. And let's start getting the goop. Where did you go? There's the original Z-sphere. Oh, because I put it on the mesh. Okay, that means it's been here the whole time. That means I can click on this. There it is. And then re-enable the Z-sketch, and it should bring back what I did earlier. Yep. Amazing. Cool. Then we'll work off of this. Ray says, I see, but why are they a problem? So it's a lot of like, oh, I changed the mesh. Anyway, it's a bunch of like intersecting geometry. That's the short answer. Polys are like ripping through each other. Does that make sense? All right, let's do this again. And now go to Z-sketch, edit sketch, and it's gooping time. No, edit sketch, thank you. All right, I'm gonna use the armature brush for this, but I don't know when. For now, we're gonna do this kind of light green grossness. What's that? Just do the color I tell you to do. Cool. All right, this is tricky because I want a lot of cool stuff to happen here, but I also don't want to get too noisy, I guess. I like the idea that's kind of grabbing onto his face. I'm really gonna just drench the model in goop. I'm varying up my brush size as I go and kind of going in with this like crisscross pattern. So I'll go some this direction and then I come back over it in this crisscross pattern. That's the way I'm trying to keep it somewhat consistent without being too noisy, because there should be a flow to it still. Hello, says Neklavi. Mia is screaming internally right now. I know, I cannot believe I didn't know this existed. It's okay. It's okay. We're happy with what we now know. Monkey says, quote, "This is for me. I'm really just going to drench this model in goop. Why is it every time I come back in the room I hear these things? It's just a goopy kind of day. The goop be goopin', as Loa would say." Is this just going to be my secondary form? Is this just going to do all that work for me? That's fine. I'm not mad about it. This is going to save me from working on this for a week and allow me to finish it in the next like 30 minutes. So we're going to let that happen. I don't care if it's a bit noisy. My goal is to make a request pretty much every day. And I can't let the model consume me because it's trying. All right, now I'm gonna come through with bulge to create pustules. Just another day in the office. If you're just coming in, yes, we started with this base mesh and then I completely obliterated it. And you're thinking, what's the point of using a base mesh then? There wasn't one today. I just essentially sculpted from a sphere, but I just duped myself. It would have been faster. Whatever. I thought I was gonna make like a little like zombie man, but I've done a lot of zombies, so I didn't want to make it too similar to models I've already done, because I've done 1,000, literally, and this is just kind of where we ended up. All right, adding these pustules is funny because it reminds me of Knucklevi, where Aloha helped me kind of find these secondary forms to break up the model, and it was also the answer was pustules. What do you know? I think I've said that word too many times already. Pustule. So if I just cover the skull and this complicated face with goop, I don't have to sculpt it, right? Damn, this looks cool. Okay. Jack says, how do you use ZSketch? Where have you been? I've explained it like 5 times. Lovingly. All right, I'm gonna make fun of you, but I'm gonna tell you anyway. You're gonna go to append, grab a Z-sphere. Once you have the Z-sphere, come down to ZSketch, edit sketch. Bam, you're good to go. Nonsense, cool stuff. Click on B to change your brush, have fun. Once you're happy with it, go to unified sketch, preview, make unified skin. Bam, you're done. It is going to throw that mesh into a new tool, so just make sure you grab it from there, because the one you're gonna see in your viewport is not real. You'll see a lot of my buttons here are grayed out because it's not real. It's not a real mesh, it's a preview of a mesh. So again, your finished product will show up somewhere up here. There you go. Hello, says Mia. See, I'm glad we have the meatball because now we've achieved the ew, I love it moment. Amazing. All right, we're probably gonna put this in Transpose Master to kind of push these proportions and clean up these lines a little bit. But I'm happy with it. This is obviously a plague spreader. He's got a big glop of plague, and he's gonna take all these little hands he has to pull off pieces and spread plague, quite literally. Seder, I'm surprised. It hurts my feelings a little bit, but that's okay. Jack says, ooh, haha. Thank you. You're very welcome. That is the quick rundown of ZSketch. All right, let's go ahead and up this resolution. Click preview. There we go. So the resolution was kind of low, and that's why it kind of glops it together. So the more you up your resolution and then re-toggle preview, you'll get a sharper, more similar form to what you had. You can also add subdivision levels. Oh, that's cool. All right, make unified skin. I'm gonna hide this piece and then append the real one, as I mentioned, because they're not the same. So when I click on these two pieces, that little preview in white you see looks identical, but one of them is not real, one of them is. See, when I click on this one on the top, all these buttons gray out, while this one, they come back. We're gonna call this Goopin. Let's make this a lighter green. And now let's start pushing these forms around in Transpose Master. Oops, that's the base. You're not part of this party. Go away. All right. I think I have all the pieces I want. And then again, whenever you're making like big silhouette changes, you can just take your Match Craft Poly Paint and make it pitch black and kind of start reviewing it from here. And it reads fine, but I want more separation of what's happening up here. And so that's what we're gonna achieve right now in Transpose Master. So let's go. Oh yeah, I forgot I have another arm. I think I might keep it, I might not, I'm not certain. For now, I'll kind of just move it over here and we'll see what happens. All right, Z plugin, T-Pose Mesh, and this takes all of your subtools and then puts them into one. And what's fantastic about this is that then I can move everything around all at once. But if I want to grab one thing at a time, I hold Shift F for the wireframe, and I can grab individual pieces and mask them just like before. So it's like the best of both worlds. And the reason why you don't normally work in this mode is because it's a tool. That's actually a great question. Because it's chaotic. You can't add new topology when you were here. You can add new details, but if I add a new mesh and then try to go back to where I was, it will break the model. And you also don't have subdivision levels. There we go. There's the answer. I knew there was an answer. I was like, I stumped myself. All right, let's take all of these arms and the meatball, and we're gonna move it. All right, we're gonna give this a little bit more height. And I think I am gonna kind of tilt it the other way. I don't know what I want the silhouette to look like yet, but I am excited. I probably should have refined this before I added all the goop and secondary forms, but I don't know. I was just ready for something new on the model. Sometimes the creative process isn't the most efficient, but if it keeps the creative juices flowing, that's where you go. I hated that show. All right, we're gonna turn this pure black and then turn off perspective. So it's nice and flat, and I can really start because it's just goop and stuff, I can just not worry about moving these forms around. I can really just focus on what the silhouette looks like. I think adding like a couple really clear round lumps will be a good thing for this model. As far as all the arms go, I have a plan for it. I'm probably gonna need to do those manually though. All right, let's go ahead and move some of these. There we go. So sometimes it's not about even like the shape you create, it's like the gaps in between the shape. Does that make sense? So see, that reads so much more clearly than when I first started here, and it looked like. So we went from this to this. So it's starting to become a bit more readable. I could even take this form and start making it like travel down its back, or like a plague backpack. Cool. Gross. All right, now as far as I like this a lot, and that his head's kind of being pulled up into this mass. It's very cool. But I do want to see if I can figure out how I want to adjust the body right here. Because it's not looking maybe as lanky as I wanted it to. I don't know, it is cool though. I think removing this arm entirely and just having it replaced by like what looks like an intestine is pretty metal. Let's rotate that. What do I do with these arms? I have options. So many moving pieces on this model. This is one thing I do love about making like monsters though, is that I don't have to spend that much time refining each like tiny little detail. It's really more about the big picture, and that can be really freeing and fun. Because beauty tends to lie in like the subtleties and the way everything balances. And there can be beauty in monsters for sure. But there's a little more room for me to breathe and just try stuff out. Yeah, having a long arm and a short arm, I'm a fan of that. Ooh, what if this arm was like really big? Yeah, that'd be cool. All right, I made some changes that I liked. I'm gonna now bring it back into my normal separate subtool. So here's the before. You're gonna watch a lot happen right here. Oh, bam. Okay. I take this arm and I think I am just gonna delete it. I had a feeling it's gonna be a single arm design. I just wasn't sure when that moment was going to happen. The moment is now. Also, my mask brush is still splat, I think. Okay, there we go, fixed it. We're almost at the end of our Tavern Keeper's craft here, which means I'll be going on break soon and then coming back for happy hour. And that's where I answer all my lovely students and review their work. So if you want me to review your work today, make sure you send me a DM on Discord. All right, these arms just became goopage. If I had time, I would really detail each hand, have like lots of, individual posing of the fingers and stuff. But in this case, that's going to take forever. And we're on a timeline. We want to make sure we're getting through lots of requests, and so everyone can have cool stuff in their game that was made by me. Doesn't mean we're going to not give it its fair, awesome time. Just means that posing fingers is just not in the time budget. I do like that they're gonna look arm reminiscent, but we're gonna simplify those forms just a touch. Mitten hands. He's beautiful. Thank you guys so much for all of the references. I used a lot of them, and it really helped make this creature what it is. I'm going to make the fingers a bit blobby as well to really kind of write home that the plague vibe. It also makes his hands look kind of like frog fingers, which I kind of hate, but kind of like it too. Let's delete the fingernails because these are not invited to that party. And then we'll grab our Move topological brush to separate these fingers a touch. Assuming ZBrush is cool with that. Cool, ZBrush is cool with that. I'm gonna drag them all the way down to the base just because this is designed for 3D printing, and if I can make something touch the base and not require supports, I'm gonna do it. As long as it's not making the model significantly not as cool, you know? We gotta obey the rule of cool. I like all these goopy forms right here, but they are a little hard to read, so let's just smush them lower into the base and make them dark colored. Gross. Very gross. Oh, beautiful. Somehow we did start with this today, and it's been about an hour and a half or so. And now we have this cutie. Messing with the lighting a little bit to kind of give myself a fresh look at it. Aloha says we've dubbed the Goopin' Gary, and we love him. Keep cooking. Goopin' Gary. Oh god, I love you guys. That's hysterical. The goop be goopin'. Alright, this needs like a sub goop. I'm gonna have this connect to the elbow instead. One, to give it just a little bit more breathing room, but also because that makes more sense where this would fall from. Which means I might as well have this connect all the way to the top of our plague meatball. I still want to push around the shape of the meatball itself. Gotta be a different word to use there. Plague ball. But I am happy with it. My brain wants it to be like more triangle shaped or something. No, that's good. It is giving, what is it? The guy who carries the world on his back. Atlas vibes? I think I pushed her request as far as I possibly could, while still hitting the request, but I hope she likes her plague bearer. He comes bearing many presents, and they're all plague. The chibi version. Oh my goodness. Monkey says, there's the goopy fingers. Yes. She's not going, she's making him touch grass. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh goodness. Having it reach back, that's going to sling a chunk of goop. Ah, I love that idea. Jack, you are my rock. You, my rock, are going to be Fred. That's, yeah, pretty much what we're doing here. Beautiful. Oh, goodness. Ray says, today I realized I'm an idiot. I had a bunch of ZBrush settings enabled, so it kept giving me an error. That will happen. Symmetry gets mad sometimes, too. Oh, like put another goop ball in his hand? That'd be cool. And that would really nail like the concept of what I was thinking about, too, of him slinging goop. What else happened here? Sater says, see, this guy is a perfect example of why I don't like sculpting with poly paint. We remove the color. My brain was like, oh, that makes sense. Maybe you're just distracted by the color. It's like, ooh, color. You know, hard to say. Oh, it's a fun render. That's gross. Oh, Empress is here. Hello, hello. I like it. Beautiful. Alrighty. What else can we do here? I'm trying to think of other forms I can use to kind of strengthen them, but we already have here. I do like the idea of putting that ball in his hand, but it's going to make this hand read unclear, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that'd be awesome. At the very least, I'm going to push him towards the back of the base a touch more, and then also merge these down. Tomorrow, I am not going to sculpt from scratch. I'm going to give myself a break. She said, and I did not do. Famous last words. His little hip right here is a funny moment for me. Let's kind of relax on the hip moment. To make this its own thing. We're missing like tertiary details. Yeah. Which is a-okay. Those are some of the easiest things to add. All right. I have a little bit of time left here, so I'm going to try to bridge that gap. That's an interesting texture, but it's not really the right texture. I guess it's going to be a lot of that mask splat brush, isn't it? Okay. Let's try it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. There it is, split mask points, and then we're going to make this larger. Grab my move brush and kind of push it around for more of the effect that I want. Oh, that is so cool. Can feel Aloha just screaming. All the tools that we learned in the last couple of days have been hugely helpful. I'm gonna use the standard brush to kind of really clearly mark out where the edge of that rib cage is. Even though you can't really see a lot of it, it should still be there. I'm gonna make it really dramatic because it's really just kind of hiding back there. This is a model that easily could have taken up my entire week, but I didn't let it. I resisted. I resisted. Don't forget the roll technique. Oh yeah, good question, or good point. Monkeys, not monkey. I'm having a stroke, sorry. Empress says, Mia, I just want to say before you go on break, you ever feel happy you complete something, but also a small hint of defeat that you could have done better if you knew more? Oh God, no, I do not feel that way. I think that would make it very difficult for me to create in the long term for sure. I'm not saying I've never had thoughts like that, but that's the kind of thought that I take and I throw away. No. Like, I think you've heard this metaphors before, but like, you think lots of thoughts. You don't necessarily have to interact with them or own them. You can think a thought and be like, ew, no, not my thought. Straight to the trash with you. Today, another day, I'm going to try to use soft concrete. Because I just think it's a cool thing. I don't know if it's going to suit this specific character, but having a different clear texture on here, even though it's kind of rock-esque, I think would be cool. I'm going to try it. Mitten hands, meet mitten rock. The way I have similar textures in a lot of my models, it does kind of help make them look cohesive, and I do like that. Super messy, but I want to do a lot of it and kind of see what I like and what I want to get rid of. Because sometimes messy is all the rage. We call that dry brush texture. Sater says, straight to the trash can with you. Sounding like my parents. I almost said peasants. Womp womp. Oh, goodness. Oh, he's so gross. Cool. I'm gonna vary up some of these forms a little bit. So I'm seeing this as just like a straight tube, and it doesn't need to be. So just by having it kind of break up a bit more. See, I'm coming through and like the soft concrete was really messy, right? But then I can come through and remove sections and gently smooth it. And what's left behind is really nice. This is really cool. All right, I'm starting to add bits of peeling flesh because he's almost the full package right now. No, I don't want a new folder. Thanks, ZBrush. No, thank you. Ew. Gross. Ray says, I'm slower at sculpting than modeling, but I'm getting that sentimentality where you're scared to make big changes. Yeah, the best way is to just jump right in, make the big changes. And if you're really feeling shy about it, what you can do is just save a copy of whatever project you're working on and be like, I'm going to mess this project up. I'm going to just annihilate it in the next 5 minutes. And that's helped kind of loosen me up to experiment when I was early on. And then Sater is talking about something to do with work, I think, to paint. Sater says talking to someone. Basically, it was like, hey, here's this thing. Okay, and it's already in system. No, new thing. It's like, yeah, the new thing is there. Yeah, no, I've lived that. Ray says, I think I need to add more undo saves, Aloha. Oh my god. No. I have no undo history. When I save, it's all gone. All of it. I don't save any undo history whatsoever. When I'm working in a project after the dig right now, like, sure, I can undo here. But once I save this, oh no, it's done. It deletes it all. But yeah, making a copy, that's a good way. Oh my god, that's so cool. Completely forgot there was a backside to this model, not gonna lie. Damn, this 3D model being 3D. Here, have some details. Kind of using this VDM just to break up some of these forms a little bit, but not a ton. Not a ton. This model's pretty much done. Oh no, I lost my stamp. Womp womp. Oh wow, I worked on this whole project with my entire asset library still open. That was brave. Oh, isn't he lovely? Okay. So gross. Love it. All right, so that was fun. Well, that's what we worked on today during Tavern Keeper's Craft. It is a plague spreader. Specifically, the request was, can I get a zombie plague spreader from Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft? And then I went insane with it. And if she's like, what? I'll be like, sorry, here's a normal zombie you can use instead, because I already have those. I just went kind of insane with it. Yeah. It happens. It happens. Hello, madame. The only thing missing from Goop and Gary is cake. Goodness. Alrighty. I'll take a screenshot of this. Throw that in the chat. And then I'll do a couple more of the mainstream. That's where I'll do like a little turnaround. Looks kind of like a tree. Ah, go away. I don't know if there's really any other angles I need, but I have blank space, so there it goes. Or you know what, we'll just do one without poly paint. Oh yeah, you know what, that would actually look nice having both of those. There he is, without poly paint. And we'll do a version side by side with it. There, that's a more interesting thumbnail. I did it. Excellent, and then let's take a screenshot for progress. Smile. That was fun. That was super fun. Thank you guys for all of like the feedback, and even if I missed some of it, I implemented quite a bit, and I think this model turned out awesome. I can't believe I did all this in like an hour and a half or 2 hours. We're gonna call this Plague Spreader. And now I have to leave a comment for Megan being like, hey, this is what you asked for, and I did it, kind of, but I also went absolutely insane with it. I know they're gonna like it, but like, nah. Okay. This has been super fun. Thank you guys. Thanks for my mods for taking care of the chat when I kind of just like focused and decided to cook instead. I'm gonna take a break here. It's currently 3:30 Eastern time. At the absolute latest, I'll be back by 4. So at the start of the next hour, but sometimes I return earlier. Just keep an ear out. But yeah, grab a drink, grab a snack. When we come back, it'll be happy hour, which means I'll work on reviewing student work and then really kind of whatever bonus project that I want to sculpt. Also, I'm not going to do a full big promo on it again, but I have an upcoming Kickstarter project, which is 40 of my favorite minis supported for FDM and resin. That's linked in the chat right now. It's free to follow the project, and it helps me out a ton. So if you're even remotely interested in getting your own pre-supported minis for resin and FDM, that covers every kind of printer, check it out. All right, guys, I'll see you in a bit. Bye. welcome back. This officially starts happy hour, where I'm going to review student work and just give me a good time. We got a lot of different submissions to go through, and I'm looking forward to it. But if you're just getting here, a little review on what we have done so far today. We made a plague spreader, and the request specifically was like, oh, a plague spreader from Van Richten's guide, like a zombie. And I made something technically a plague spreader. I went more like an original concept where I imagine that this big orb, we've been calling it flesh orb or flesh meatball, is like plague and pestilence embodied into this gross orb thing. What is Spotify playing? 1 second. God, it just sounds like static. 1 minute. Why is it so loud? All right, we're good. Anyway. And the idea that I have is that there's this giant orb on his back, and he kind of takes up his arms and grabs it and then literally throws plague. So he's just a cute little guy. Oh, Rodolfo's back. Hey, I actually been using techniques like the slat brush, mesh brush, roll. Literally the few things you guys already pointed out, I've already used in this model. So that was really cool. And then pixels to projects. Hey, cool stuff. Thanks. Also, welcome. It's your first time here, or at least first time chatting. I also started streaming my sculpting channel. Awesome. I use unconventional techniques because I'm traditionally an engineer. I use traditional techniques, and I have my bachelor's in mechanical engineering, so fist bump. Cool. I combine my skills with my love for street art and graffiti. Oh, that's cool. And I plan on becoming the greatest street artist of all time. Watch and see. I love the drama. We're cheering you on. Jarvis says welcome back. Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm really happy with this. I do think it looks really cool and really gross. Some of my favorite things. Let's do a little spin around on our cute guy here and a little render. And then something I meant to do earlier and forgot was doing some stamps of the progress it took to get here, because we actually modified a human base mesh for this, which is funny because I ended up destroying that base mesh and just making it from scratch anyway. But the base mesh kind of served as like moral support, you know? So yeah. All right. Ray jokes, Amazon degree. No, I really did the college, guys. I actually did. Give the old college try. No, just joking. Like I got the degree. Okay. Anyway, I just knew that this specific model today would have had some really fun work in progress moments. So I wanted to kind of do a fun review with you guys. Here is one of our early stages. This was all done over the course of about 2 hours. Here's one of our earliest stages. We're figuring it out. This is when I was apparently not brave enough to fly away from the base mesh. I was like, oh no, I need the base mesh. I did not, in fact, need the base mesh. I don't know, I thought I was going to make it more of a traditional humanoid, and then I just kept going. Here's another kind of check-in point where I was trying to decide whether it's going to be more like ethereal horror versus just traditional, just goopy horror. I'll give you guys one more progress point, and then I'll jump to the end. Yeah, here's the introduction of the slime meatball. Yeah. Then finally jumping to what we ended up with. This is one of those models that very easily could have consumed an entire week, and I had to kind of make the production decision to be like, it's done. Which is cool, and I love my job, and sometimes it's actually nice that my job kind of encourages me to move on, because models like this can just consume you. They're so cool, but they'll take as much as you will give. All right, I think I already saved this as plague spreader. I'm gonna save it again. Very good. All right, let's review some student work. First off, we have Max. Let's grab a timestamp. Looks like it's 2 hour and 54 mark. Neato. All right, and Max says they're working on this mushroom growth on their very first project. So one, good for you. First projects can be so scary. You're really doing a good job just keeping at it and being consistent every single day. The concept they're working from is a piece they had commissioned. Let me scroll on up here. Boop, boop. There it is. There you go. And I believe this is the growth they're working on currently, which looks like a kind of layered wall mushrooms. What I'm seeing here looks more like a moral mushroom, which is totally an option. You can pivot from your concept. You don't have to stick to it because you have kind of experimented with these wall mushroom type I think the structure you had here before this reads a little bit more like a moral mushroom. But I like that you're playing with these forms and getting a bit more comfortable. If you're not familiar, let me show you guys what that looks like. The mushroom I think he's going for, this. So honestly, you have a pretty good starting point here with your forms and the way they're layering up. I would just say punch them in deeper. And so what's better than just doing a little demo? Next to my little plague man. So yeah, this is your rough shape. Let's kind of taper it a little bit. Bam, mushroom. We'll Dynamesh. And then I really recommend just coming through with a mask pen and kind of just looking more closely at your reference and spending much more time and being thoughtful. Do something kind of like this. Invert that mask, and if you hold down Command with the 3D gizmo open, and then click and drag on that yellow square, it will deflate your mesh. Don't worry about what's happening here. We're gonna just go away. And that will give you much cleaner and like more confident lines. I will also 3D print beautifully and paint beautifully. I already like what you have here too. And if you're not going for a moral mushroom, disregard what I said, but I'm pretty sure that's what you're doing. So that is a good technique to achieve that texture. But you're doing great. Keep on going. Up next, I actually want to feature briefly Matt. We've been talking about different projects, and he messaged me this morning saying, "Hey Mia, if you're busy, no worries, but do you have any tips when you find yourself mumbling about searching for secondary forms on a made-up creature?" And I let him know, yes, short answer, grab references on what the creature most closely resembles. Convincing fantasy is always rooted in reality. Bonus points for rhyming. For example, for dragons, I reference horses and lizards, and also lions. I didn't include that in this message. I knew that'd be a helpful tip for some of you guys if you ever struggle with that. Remember, convincing fantasy is always rooted in reality. It's not all just completely made up. Alrighty. Up next, we have Maniac, who's taken a bit of a break and now they're back. So let's see what they're working on. They were working on this really cool, like, angry whale demon, and they are sculpting this from scratch. It's also one of... It's been a while since they've worked on a project like this. I think it's been stumping them a little bit, but they've been doing a great job of just keeping at it. All right, 57, 30. Excellent. All right, let me see if I can find the concept that's referenced. Did I pin it? No, that would have been too helpful. All right, here it is. This is the concept they're working from. This is very difficult for a lot of reasons. This has one of those appeals of like, it is a 3D transferable concept, but I think a lot of what makes this succeed is because it's in 2D. Like, this line right here makes a lot of sense, the ridge of the back. I don't know where these tentacles right here are really coming from. I guess it's like an asymmetric design, so they look like they're coming from the right deltoid, like on top of the shoulder. It's got 2D magic nonsense where they're kind of like, let's just balance the piece because no one can rotate this in 3D. But as a 3D artist, you have to reconcile those problems. And you've been doing a great job at trying to tackle that. This is where you started off from, and you've already made huge leaps and bounds, continuing to refine those forms and take the feedback that I'd given you. Your most recent update looks like this. I'm thrilled to see how detailed this tail looks. That's beautiful. And your forms are looking a lot more confident. Awesome. What jumps out at me right away is the size of the eye is making him look a little adorable. Let me scoot this over. You guys can see it. So I would say the proportions of the face are getting a little cute. But other than that, I would say just jump straight into posing. I don't want you stuck on this model for too long. It's already been a couple months, and I think having a new project is really going to refresh you. So don't rush, but you have my, permission if you need it to like, just get the job done, If you ever feel disappointed that you're not putting your absolute best into a project, sometimes it just means you need to level up a little bit first to make that possible. If it is painful to make tiny improvements on your model, that just means you need more practice. And usually successful practice doesn't look like fussing with the same model for months because it will exhaust you. Or at least most people. If you have like immense creative fortitude and you're like, no, I got this. Do what's going to work for you. But that's my recommendation, is change the eye proportion a little bit so he looks a little meaner, a little leaner, and then jump right into posing. For that, I recommend the Transpose Master. So it's just careful masking and bending. You're going to have to do some resculpting, but you do have some pretty good landmarks here where your muscle groups are at. So just don't destroy them too much if you can, but know that you will have to do a little bit of resculpting. And then also, I noticed that you said, hi, long time no talk. Here's my progress. Hope you're well. Sorry for the lack of updates, but I'm back now. You guys never have to apologize for lack of updates. Life gets busy. Don't worry about it. All right, up next, we have Empress. Oh, awesome. We have some details. I love it. I love it. Okay, let me get her timestamp. Perfect. All right. Empress says, hello, late night submission. I spent a few hours just being whimsical and trying different things with alphas and coloring similar to the potion rack exercise. Good, that's exactly what that exercise is for. Left is the final result of some earth element infused octo-stumped creature, and the right is where I started just finding lines in the mesh to play with after peeling like a potato. This is supposed to be a simple and fun, quick thing, and quickly became a whole project on accident. Whoops. Yeah, it happens, and that's some of my favorite projects are the ones that just continue to grow, and sometimes the scope creep can be welcome and fun. All right, that's looking great. I'm just glad that you're playing with textures and getting more comfortable. Again, this was just meant to be like a little bit of practice, and you made it a whole-blown project, which is great. For the next assignment I give you, don't feel like you need to go that ham with it unless you want to. Unless you want to. All right, you are ready for a new assignment, though. Let's get you working on something fresh. Which assignment even was this? This was great, fun, and simple. All right, I'm gonna throw a left curve, like a complete curve vault at you, and I'm gonna start introducing you to hard surfaces. I'm surprised some of my students just absolutely sing when they get to hard surface design, and you might be one of those students because of the way that you approached this. Anyway, I'm not going to blather about that, though I want to. Check this out. It's your first time looking at the Z brush and looking at techniques like this. If it feels overwhelming, it probably should, because there's a lot there. You don't need to memorize all of it. There's no memorizing that needs to be done. It's just another tool on your tool belt that you can think about using for your next create fun and simple assignment. But keep it up. You're doing great. Next is Ray. I think Ray is already here, but I'll give them a timestamp anyway, just in case. All right, so Ray's working on their wyvern, and specifically the head. I mentioned from this piece right here felt a little extraneous. Wasn't sure what it was supposed to be, if it's like a center horn or an ornament, or maybe like armor plating. So I recommend maybe layering that down towards the snout and then tapering it as it goes, maybe. Just play with those shapes. But so Ray mentioned for the part between his horns, you mentioned maybe treat it more like a scale, having it come down between the brows in a repeating manner. I can't really find a reference that has anything like that. Odds are you were looking for a dragon reference to achieve that, which is fine. When you're trying to find references for repeating scales or layering, look at real animals and stuff. When you look at other fantasy work, you might just ingrain mistakes from other pieces as well. So for this specifically, maybe even like a pangolin, you can get some really cool ideas from as far as that layering faceplate will go. I cannot believe these are real animals. Look outrageous. But something more like this is kind of what I had in mind, but obviously dragonified. And that goes back to what I was talking about with Matt. When Matt asked, hey, what do you do when you're mumbling with secondary forms on a creature that's not real? My answer is, it's real somewhere. So look at real animals and find what those analogous structures are. Anyway, you found this one. This kind of has a similar shape vibe, but I don't know why it works. Albeit, it's quite busy though. Busy. Okay. Busy. So, busy can mean a lot of things. Usually it just means details that don't need to be there. In this specific case, it's probably this section that's reading is redundant and maybe a bit busy. And the fact that the distance between each of the secondary forms is almost identical. So the distance between this horn plate to this plate versus this neck plate to this plate, right? That's not a bad thing. So I don't know. I just be careful when you're calling designs busy. If you don't know what was successful, then don't say what's wrong with it. Because what you're doing is when you look at a piece and you get really good at saying what you don't like about it, like, oh, it's busy, but you can't say what you like about it, you end up having the same habits with your own art. It's easier to have an upward spiral of kind of not like being like Delulu and thinking you're the best of all time, but we tend to be so self-critical on our work. By trying to be your own cheerleader, you will end up at a happy medium. That makes sense? Anyway, about your specific question. Why this works. It works because it has a nice flow. You have a smaller shape leading a slightly larger shape, though I would put a third one in here. I'm a big fan of doing things in threes, or just odd numbers in general. But yeah, this is absolutely an approach that you could take. I love this piece a lot. I think there's a lot that's very successful here. I'm not sure who made this. I don't think it was STL Club, but this is great. Keep going, Ray. Keep sketching. There are a lot of strong elements in this. Study it. Think about what you like about it specifically, and then take it and apply it to your own work. All right. That's all of the student submissions. You guys have any other questions? Please ask. Even if you're not a paying mentorship student, you can still ask questions. But if you're interested, there's a link in the description for that. All right, back to Goop and Gary over here. Oh, Matt's here. Welcome in. I'm a little late, but that advice worked. Yay! I was working with a giant spider thorax, and now I found some spiders that carry babies in their pores. Horrible. And now I have a gross crater and tiny spiders pouring out. I hate that. I'm so happy for you. Turbin says, Mina, be careful not being away from the microphone when you explain. Yeah, we're going to get a nicer mic. Don't you worry. We just haven't done it yet. Aloha said, yeah, pretty much any myth or fantasy creatures are derived from real creatures. Exactly. Like, that's where, like, Cyclops came from. Cyclops, at some point, humanity thought they were real because of elephant skulls. If you guys have not seen an elephant skull, you're going to be like, wow, that's a Cyclops. Christ. Anyway, there you go. It's pretty cool. You can see why we thought that. Can we get a front view? There we go. It's really cool. Like, check that out. Yum. All right. I don't see any other questions here, which means I need to think about what I want to work on right now. Probably getting stuff 3D print or pose prepped, which I don't like doing, but it's a necessary evil, and that's okay. Steamwork says, that guy is looking grungy, girl. Aw, thanks. I think he's a cutie. He's just a cutie patootie. Oh, actually, I'm going to go ahead and respond to Megan before I forget and just let her know that I made something. I definitely made something. Where is that request? All right, this request got away from me a little bit in the best way. He's a monster with a giant orb of pestilence, of plague on its back. My thought is that he grabs chunks of it and literally spreads plague. If this is a little too far out, I do have plague victims and zombies you can use. But like always, thanks for the awesome request. That was so much fun, and we went somewhere crazy with it, but it was great. That one 3D artist says, there's a frog that carries its babies through holes in its back. Super creepy, but morbidly interesting. Yeah, I've seen that. It's very like typophoria, triggering. Sapphire says, as someone with a dragon on their country flag, they are very real. Especially in Scotland, it can have its national animal as a unicorn. Welcome back, Paint. Oh, Paint says, I'm back. What is happening? Paint, did you want a demo on how to make 3 different kinds of brushes? Because you asked about IMMs, VDMs, and alphas. And I can do a quick 30-second demo for each one of those. Up to you. If not, I do have videos of that in the course packages, which you already pay for. So, up to you. All right, we got this gnarly dude. Let's go ahead and get him 3D print ready. I don't see any glaring issues other than these literal bubbles that are floating in space. That's an issue. All right, I'm gonna hide the base as its own piece, and then I'm gonna see if I can get away with just merging the whole thing down and remeshing. We'll see. I did not dive into the forms on the face a ton because there's a lot going on there. So I'm going to need to take this shell and see if close holes does a decent job. Oh, it really did actually. Beautiful. I can subdivide it once and then add a little bit to break that form up. Just something really quick and dirty. Might get rid of his weird little elf ear. There we go. What a handsome lad. Paint says either are fine. Sounds good. I'll let you just watch the videos that I already have recorded then. Unless there's anyone else here that also is like, I would like to see how these custom brushes are made. Then I will show you. All right, let's see how much we can get away with. So right now I'm getting this prepped for 3D printing. I'm sitting at just under 7 million points, which is no bueno. 3D printing slicers just take your model and then they just slice them up into super, super skinny layers. And if you have tons of topology, it makes it difficult for it to do so. You also don't want to have any holes. No holes. Just one solid, they call it like watertight mesh. That's what we're looking for. Normally you can merge this down one subtool at a time and be really nice and careful with it. I've done this hundreds of times, and when you can try to find shortcuts, you do, as long as they're like viable shortcuts. So I'm merging all these subtools down at once and seeing how this is gonna go. This splat brush is gonna fight me. Listen, you were really cool, so I know you're worth the effort. I don't know why. Oh, I used a contrast brush on this to show Ray why you shouldn't do that, and I forgot to undo it. Okay, not a worry. So we have all kinds of nonsense topology here. A couple ways I can fix that. Polish by features will help a little bit, but Dynamesh is going to be the best bet here. But if you Dynamesh at too high resolution when there's already a lot of nonsense happening, it will shatter. So we'll just do a little combination of inflate and Dynamesh. It changed the topology a little bit and the overall look, but it's still getting the job done. Not worried about it. Sweet. All right, next I'm gonna bring up my 3D gizmo with W and then click on remesh by union. So this takes every mesh that's overlapping and then pretty much instead of having 2 individual meshes, it makes it one seamless mesh, which means it's also going to reduce the poly count because we don't need to have all the information that's normally hidden even there. Does that make sense? That one 3D artist says, what does M3DM stand for? It stands for Mia's 3D models. Now it's funny because I also work in like the tabletop, space. So a lot of people think that it's DM, like it's in Dungeon Master. I mean, honestly, either works. All right, we're going to decimate this down. There's some topology nonsense going on, which I was aware of. So it doesn't want to remesh by union quite yet, so I'll just decimate it first. Making 3D monsters. I like that too. Ray likes to say that's mean 3D models because Ray is one of my students and I bully them. Lovingly. Hey, new sub. Thank you. Cratelli art. I like it. I wonder if it's like Critelli, like it's their last name, or if it's like Crit. Like, like natural 20 or natural 1. All right, this is decimating, albeit a little bit slowly. We're just gonna leave it alone. The correct way to do this is to merge a couple subtools at a time, and that way you can see what is causing problems. But if I can do it all at once, it will save me time. I laugh because I do this until it doesn't work, and then it causes way more problems, and then I end up having to do it the correct way. Yeah. Fratelli's here, says, yep, last name. I like it. I hope I'm saying that right. It reminds me of Cimarelli. But yeah, this is happy hour. The main Tavern Keeper's Craft is where I create a Patreon request, which is why we made this lovely, handsome plague spreader. And now I'm making him 3D print ready. But this is a much more like open-ended part of the stream, so if you guys have any questions or stuff like that, feel free to ask. Yeah, Auto Groups is having a meltdown, so let's don't have a meltdown. Stop. I wonder if it'll close holes. If I had to predict what's causing any issues or like slowdowns right here, it's the way when I was splitting up the head. There's a bunch of like tiny little polygons that I didn't resolve. That's okay. I'm gonna let ZBrush do the heavy lifting there. There's all the random artifacts and nonsense. I can auto group those away and then Command Shift double click to hide those. Delete that problem topology and then reclose holes. This is very not animation friendly. This is not riggable. This is just to make it 3D printable, which is just as, yeah, we don't have to care about topology. Ray says, it's a shame that happy hour isn't at happy hour. I mean, I guess it depends where you are in the world. At my time, it's 4:23. When is happy hour normally? Like 5 to 6? Ray said, wait, did that get rid of the tiny pieces? Yes, because I deleted that topology and then close holes. Or are they hidden? Yes, I deleted them by hiding them and then click delete hidden. I mean, you could split mask points, I guess, like, and then delete it there, but yeah. Less button clicks this way. Usually, my characters, I sculpt them, they get to around up to 5 million points, and then once I'm done processing them, they're around 200,000. Which isn't even like extremely optimized. Again, that wouldn't be like game engine friendly. But to slice it, to be 3D printed, it's perfect. Sometimes models that have wings or lots of like feather details, I'll need to go up to like 500,000. Like this cherry blossom dragon that I sculpted, this needed to be closer to 500,000 to keep all of the petals and whatnot. Otherwise, as a general rule of thumb, 200,000 works just fine. There's lots of opinions on what M3DM stands for. Madame 3DM. 3D Mia. Mia 3D Madame. No, it's just Mia's 3D models. Or Mia's 3D minis, I guess. I wanted to keep it more open-ended when I first made the business name, because I wasn't sure if I was just going to do minis. I do really like sculpting monsters, though, so making 3D monsters, it's not bad. It's thinking about it. It's almost done. I gave it an absolute mess, and ZBrush is like, do I look like a joke to you? I'm like, no, please take care of it. And it's doing a great job. Again, you should really do this like subtool by subtool. Yeah, it's fine. On a small note though, so I'm using Decimation Master right now, and it's going to finish, I can tell, because it's around 98%. If you ever hold down Escape to cancel an operation like Decimation Master or Booleans, really anything that lives in the Z plugin menu, I recommend pulling up your Task Manager or Activity Monitor if you're on Mac and double checking that it actually stopped the operation, because I found very frequently Decimation Master will stop on the front face of ZBrush, but it'll continue to cook in the background on nothing and eat up your CPU. Just a heads up. And especially if it's like stuck and the escape key isn't working, you can manually close it from the Task Manager or Activity Monitor. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I should really show you guys, because it doesn't look like closing ZBrush. You'll see it right here once it's ready to show me. There we go. So not the main one that says ZBrush, you'll have one of these sub pieces underneath, and that will have the name like Decimation Master or Boolean, that kind of stuff. So yes. Made in 3D Maker. It could be a lot of things. Oh my gosh, Ricky says, Mia's 3 developed muscles. Oh yeah, because I'm trying to get stronger. Yeah, I don't have many. I have 3. Ian says, I like that you have it as Mia's 3D models. Never want to back yourself into a corner. You made me explore new things under the same name. Hence, my name. Yeah, that's hard to beat. That's a good one. IR Sculpts. Bam. Whatever you make, it's relevant now. Modular 3D Mistress. You guys are having too much fun with this. All right, that did work. Sweet. Let's see what Autogroups does. Autogroup says there's no problems. I don't believe you because I know this mesh was a disaster. Another thing is you'd use Shift F. Usually if you just skim your model, you will find like a cluster of black topology, and that's how you know you have a problem. Like I can kind of see it. No, we're actually pretty good. This wasn't as much of a crime as I thought it was going to be. Okay, not bad. Let's see if it'll decimate just a little bit more. And then I like to put it in the Mesh Mixer, which is no longer a supported 3D software. I just use it because it will specifically scream at me of where there's mesh errors. ZBrush will tell me, yes, there are mesh errors. And I'm like, where is ZBrush? And it's like, do a Boolean operation first. And I'm like, no, just tell me where the problems are. So that's why I just throw it in Mesh Mixer to see where it's at. I can also double check the scaling to make sure it is the right size. Almost done. This will probably go out on my Patreon next Monday. Usually whatever I make this week goes out the next week, but I've been producing a lot more recently, so sometimes it'll be up to 2 weeks out. I'm actually making that backlog. It's happening. And then Kertelli asks, so the slicers don't care that much about topology as long as it's closed. You nailed it. Yep. It can be an absolute hot mess. Just triangles. Even like overlapping or like intersecting polys where slicers like Litchi will scream at you and be like, there's mesh errors. And then it will print. It will always print. As long as there's not open, like a single-sided mesh. Like you nailed it. As long as it's closed topology, you're fine. And then if you are printing on FDM, which is fusion deposition modeling, it's a plastic 3D printer that squishes layers of plastic together. For that one especially, if your mesh is too thin, the slicer might be like, hey, I literally cannot print this. It is smaller than my nozzle size. Then it might tell you that. But you won't have that problem with resin. It just won't print. It'll round off. Steamwork says, I am ready to relax. Spent 7 hours metal grinding and finishing today. That sounds exhausting. Yeah, get a drink, kick back. I'm letting ZBrush handle this absolute disaster mesh for me. Thank you, ZBrush. All right, I'm looking at the bottom of the teeth here. I'm a big fan of using move and backface masks to just like make this a little bit thicker. It's not cute, but it sure works. All right, last thing I'm going to do is I like using the knife brush to flatten the bottom of it, and that's because though I do provide bases for these models, a lot of people print the mini with no base on it at all, so they can either rescale it however they wish, or it's a little easier to paint. But if the mesh at the bottom of the mesh is like this, for example, that's gonna be really annoying to put on a base. You want it to be flat so you can easily like Mod Podge it together on a base you already have. All right, first I'm gonna do is test with the mask brush to see if this is even close. Yep. I always save first before using the knife brush because I have really nasty topology here. And every now and then the knife brush is like, do I look like a joke to you? I'm not gonna cut this. And then it'll crash. And I can't blame it, honestly. The knife brush works fantastic unless you have ridiculously high topology or like dense topology or it's really ugly. But there we go, it did. No problems. Sweet, this looks great. I'm gonna do close holes and check mesh integrity. It says there's 3 edges that are shared by 2 or more polys. That's not a problem. Your 3D print slicer might scream about it. It's not a problem. Do not panic. The big thing about 3D printing with resin you do want to avoid is, again, open topology or like holes inside of the mesh, like sizable holes. Because when you're printing stuff this big, it doesn't really matter if you closed the mouth flap. It's ideal that you do, because if someone took one of my characters here, like what's one? Like this little mermaid. Like if this is so small that if I didn't close that mouth, it wouldn't matter. It's just going to fill in naturally. But if someone took this mermaid and then printed it like this tall, then that gap would be a problem. So it's still good practice to do things correctly, and I do that. But as far as like overlapping polys, you're fine. It doesn't matter. All right, I have an end ZTL that I load in here just to kind of check my proportions. Let's go ahead and merge this down. And then this piece I just loaded in here with that ZTL is already scaled to 28 millimeter size. And all 28 millimeters means is 28 millimeters from the base of the foot to the top of her eye level. Again, it's very important. It doesn't mean from the foot to the top of her head. What if she had like a high ponytail? See how that doesn't work? It needs to be to their eye level. And then let's say if your character is like hunched over or something, you have to be careful with that too. Because this is a monster, that means I can make it as big as I want to within reason. I am not great at painting minis, so the larger the model is, the better it is for me. That being said, he's a bit ridiculously too tall. The head, his skull though, is roughly the same size as hers. So it does look like he would fit nicely into the world. I do like that. SoFire says, Mia, how do you stop warping on the bases or flat, straight edges, especially when curing resin? If your bases are warping when you cure them, that is bizarre. Tell me what resin and what settings you're using, because that should not happen. But when you 3D print and you're getting warpage, yeah, so do I. And I just decide I don't care. I know it's not a very sexy answer, but it's true. All of my models have this tiny little elephant foot on them. Do you see that? And I just do not care. If you want to care, you can. And I recommend having a raft and then tilting it slightly, which means that each cross-sectional area will be small. The reason why it warps is because those first few layers on the build plate, when that's pressed on there, they're curing at a higher time, so they're expanding a little bit more. And they're also the first thing that's smashed against the build plate. So that's why you get that little bit of that elephant's foot right there. Again, I don't care. If you wanted to continue to print flat in the build plate, you could actually do a negative taper where it kind of tucks in, so you account for the elephant's foot and it ends up just looking normal again. But I digress. I think it looks awesome. Or fun fact, just print your bases separate entirely and just don't worry about it. I hope that answered your question roughly. If it didn't, just ask it again and I will do better. Let's see. Ray says, Mia, because you teach your own workflow and demo it with your current UI, it's actually really helpful to have yours. Oh, I'm glad it's been helpful. Good, good. Oh, Cretellic's got the Bamboo A1. Heck yeah. Oh my God, I cannot say enough wonderful things about Bamboo. Bamboo Labs, our X1C, is the reason why I have this new Kickstarter project that I'm working on, because we can print minis on FDM and we share the 3MF files and all of that. Like it's going to be awesome, because I've never been able to offer pre-supported files for FDM because FDM printers, minis not the easiest thing to print, right? And they're so different. But thanks to Bamboo being so consistent, I can now offer that, which feels great. Any other questions? Ian says, ZBrush says you're welcome. So far says, Mia, it was the model I made for my friend. It came out great, but on curing, it warped a little. On the FDM, no issue at all, which makes sense because it's just heating plastic. And then, anyway. And then it was a Mars 4 with any cubic resin. I've used that printer and I've used that resin. If it warped just a little bit, that's normal. I'm assuming you didn't print it flat on the build plate then, so the base was probably already a little bit crooked. And then when you cured it, it caused the material to, again, it contracts just a little bit when it cures, because chemistry, just trust me. There's a chemical reaction that happens that causes the bonds like tighten. Anyway, there's a little bit of shrinkage that happens. So that means that what was already a little bit warped became even more apparent when that happened. Matt says you can always try to compensate for the elephant's foot by reducing the dimensions of burn-in. Yes, exactly. So having those initial layers not curing for as long. Yeah, and for the most part, dimensional accuracy doesn't matter for minis. Exactly. Turbin said, Mia, wow, you're good to remember fast. Changing the webcam size. Yeah, I take your guys' input very seriously, and I don't think I've ever had suggestions on stream that made the stream worse. So I trust you guys. Forge says, put a hairdryer on the model and it'll become flexible and it'll usually hold well once cooled. For resin too? Like for FDM, yeah, because you're kind of melting the plastic a little bit. But for resin? Really? Oh, that's interesting. Steamwork says, because chemistry. I need to use that more. I recommend it. If you want to see me lose my mind on stream, start harping about how resin's going to kill you and everyone you love. It drives me absolutely insane. I'm not saying it is not corrosive or toxic, but again, these are just descriptive words. It doesn't mean it's going to kill you. Don't drink resin, okay? Whenever anyone starts getting freaked out about resin, I just point them to the MSDS, which is Material Safety Data Sheet. I'm like, or Goobertown Hobbies has a great video, and he has a PhD in chemistry, so I'm like, excellent. Listen to him. And it's good to be skeptical, and it's good to be careful about the kind of like chemicals that you are around. Don't get me wrong. It's just when people say chemical and act like it's bad, I lose my mind, because chemical, what is the exact, like water is a chemical. Like chemical doesn't mean anything. It's not that it doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't mean anything it does. It just means two substances or compound, right? A compound or substance that's been purified or prepared. There you go. So since water is H2O, two hydrogen, one oxygen, it's a chemical. Especially if it's distilled water, then it's like for sure, because that's prepared. But anyway. Yeah, yeah, I do it all the time for Etsy orders. Some tables tend to settle into a curve, so I bend them back with a hairdryer. That is so cool. I didn't know that. I learned something new today. Ira says, yeah, insert MSDS, right? I preach, yeah, material safety data sheet for those that don't know, all the time. Know your materials, peeps. Exactly, exactly. It kills me when I hear people talk about like anything that's remotely science and they freak out. And I'm like, no. And then I'm like, oh, I want to tell you about this. And they're just like, they shut down. And I'm like, no, don't shut down. I'm trying to teach you. And I get it. It's like a lot of people had a bad experience with math and therefore science in school. So I think they kind of just tune out. And I get that. Like not wanting to learn about things because it makes you feel bad. But you're an adult. Read. Okay. That's enough of that. Where is this model? Like, for example, right here, I'm just going to scoot this model into the base, and you're like, wait, that's intersecting topology. Yup, and it 3D prints just fine. For FDM, you're more likely to get a solid mesh at these layers where they intersect, and honestly, it's not the worst thing. But it's not going to cause any 3D printing issues. And if it does, man, I guess I've been very lucky for a long time. Alrighty, let's bring up Mesh Mixer. That one 3D artist says, treat resin like you treat bleach. Yes, don't touch it directly, don't drink it, and dramatically opens a window. Well, ventilation is a must. Yeah, stuff is stinky. Not like, generally speaking, if something doesn't smell good, it's probably not meant to be smelled. Like, it's, your body is telling you, don't smell it. Why it smells bad. All right, so I'm in Mesh Mixer just in case it has topology that's freaking out about. So here is those intersecting points. Oh, I see. Right here and right here. Honestly, even though they won't cause 3D printing issues, those are so easy to fix. Again, this is why I use Mesh Mixer, because ZBrush won't tell me exactly where the problem is. Oh, I see it. This is where take your smooth brush and modify it so the minimum connected points is set to 1. That will allow you to smooth away any single-sided topology. Otherwise, nothing will happen. So there you go. It's fixed, just like that. Again, I'm just being diligent because even though I know it won't cause 3D printing issues, I run a business, and when errors pop up and people print my stuff, I know it stresses them out. So I try to give as seamless of an experience as possible, even if it doesn't actually matter, because it does for them, you know? You know what I mean. All right, we'll go ahead and do one more close holes and remesh by union just for extra measure, and then an auto group to see if it pulls off any funky topology. You can also just mask that section, delete hidden and close holes if it's perfectly smooth. Listen, 3D print prep, it's not sexy, but it works. All right, export, we'll call this triple A because I already forgot what I named the other one. I named it single A. Very good. Any other questions? Empress says, randomly chiming in here, what are alternatives to Mesh Mixer? I'm almost certain that there's a tool in ZBrush that'll do it for me, and I have not found it, or I have not taken the time to look for it, which is kind of embarrassing. Self-roast. I know there's a button. I'm gonna write that down. I cannot be lazy about this forever. All right, I'm gonna bring up a note. I'm not gonna make you find an alternative, Empress. I'm gonna find the solution in ZBrush because I know it's there. Just like I know you can do it with if you run a Boolean operation and then click show issues, it'll show you exactly and highlight them. I know I can simulate that or bake it into a macro for my students. Okay. Any other questions? Torben says, Mia, is there a way to see what free miniatures you release that are FDM printable, or is it trial and error? You know, if you can't look at it and know right off the bat, wait for us to give you stuff that's already been prepared, because it just wouldn't be fair to you. Once you get really used to doing like FDM minis and stuff, you'll be able to look at it and just know. But yeah, let us prepare stuff for you instead. Take the heartache out of it. All right, we're calling this Plague Spreader, and we'll have a no base and a decorative base version. And then Ian says, Mia, have you ever used Analyze Selected Subtool in Mesh Integrity? Yes. Yes. And I use that all the time. I have it right here. Oh, you can't tell because my sign's like broken. Okay. I have it right here. Mesh Integrity. Check Mesh Integrity. And yeah, it'll check my subtool. And I do that just to see where things are at. But it won't like scream at me specifically like, oh, here's an arrow for where the error is. That was a word choice. It will not point out the problem. Ian says, I argue that 3D print prep is sexy, and I know it. God, I have not heard that song in forever. Beautiful. That 1-3 says, well, wait, what? You can do that in ZBrush. Is that in a separate software? Yeah, if you guys know how to, I would love to know. Like when I click Analysis Inspector and Mesh Mixer, and it will like draw like an arrow to the error. I need to stop saying that. It'll point out the specific issue. I'm pretty sure I can do that with Booleans and then click Show Issue. Where is it? Render Booleans there to show issues, but I don't have to Boolean it shut every single time to do that, which I know is because it makes it a new tool. I don't know. Like to me, this is easier. It's not. This reminds me when I talk about Blender. People are like, why do you not use Blender? And I'm like, because I just didn't like it. I'm a Blender snob. That's a terrible answer. And I know that. And I know that. This is the same kind of thing. It's like, why are you doing this in separate software? And I'm like, just don't look at it. And then so far I mentioned there's a plugin for 3D printing. There is. Where is it? 3D Print Hub. This is more about scaling and checking, like it'll calculate the volume of the mesh, which isn't relevant for me, but it's not going to show like issues. It's just for setting scale and exporting different file types, which I always choose STL. All right, let me go ahead and upload this. Plague spreader. I'm very happy that I got this fully like post-processed and started today. Again, this is a tricky model because I look at this and I'm like, oh man, I could have spent a whole week on it. But I'm very happy with what I accomplished in like a short amount of time. Did I forget to do a decorative base export? I did. There we are. I do like that it looks reminiscent of Atlas. Just cool. Steamwork says, I do enjoy Blender for rendering. That's probably because I'm too cheap to get anything else. Cries and Keyshot. But yeah, we're looking at setting up a scene in Blender instead. Keyshot is very expensive. Our handsome fellow. And then like shout out to Sater too for encouraging me to try out the Z-Sketch functionality. I'd never used that before and that was really fun and effective to get this all goopy. Yeah. Oh, we have an update from so far, it looks like. Oh, cool. I forgot to send what my friend sent. It's like an authority badge for their campaign. Oh, how cool. I'm so glad that worked. Extruding that and amazing. Oh, I love to see it. Okay, I can see why this warped a little bit, especially because it's thin and flat. Yeah, that'll warp a little bit with resin. That looks beautiful. Good job. And then Ian says, Mia, so yes, there is a coplanar and show issues under render boolean show issues that will show faces or holes. Let's look. I'm gonna go ahead and just create a hole. That way it's really obvious. And yeah, so it's render. I have to do like an operation though first, right? So I just turn on. There's show coplanar. We'll highlight any coplanar subtools by the coplanar geometry with a red outline. Okay. I'm trying to see what I would need to do to make this outline in red, presumably. But I can always read about this in my own time. I really appreciate you pointing me in the right direction. And then thanks for the new sub. I appreciate it. Con, welcome in. In the meantime, I think it's time to open up the snake again, because I did not finish that. I can do that, or I can 3D print or pose prep that other character, or the dark elf. Let's do that instead. Why is this shirt just red? Oh, I do have that issue thing turned on. Oh, interesting. It's like furious about... Hey, look, the thing is working. I didn't think there was any mesh errors with this, though. I don't think there's anything wrong with this, though. Here's the lowest subdiv. I mean, again, it's not cute. I don't think it's talking about this specifically, though. And it might be the way I have it overlapped, even. Because we have these two pieces are exactly on top of each other, so maybe it's mad about that. Yes, it did not like the overlapping. Interesting. I can scroll through right here too. Very cool. Gotcha. Ian said for sure. That way you don't have to go down too many rabbit holes. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's noticing that. Okay, gotcha. And then Peyton asks, if you could have one magic type of your choice, what would it be? That's a great question. I'm thinking. That's a very hard-hitting question to ask someone that loves fantasy. I'm like, ooh, I would like to swim with plants, like rapidly grow plants. No. Talk to animals. No, animals are dumb. Love animals, but I don't need to talk to them. Just controlling animals. I'm like, no, I don't really want to do that. Just straight up magic. I'd probably say something to do with fire. I just think that would be neat. Tentative answer, but I'm gonna think on that. Where is my fun little stamp over here? It's like, no, I don't want to show it to you anymore. Woo! You can see pieces of it at a time. That's okay. All right, we're getting this ready for Character Creator 4. Let's go ahead and do so. First, it is time to update our spreadsheets. Spreadsheet time. Because I actually got the plague spreader completely finished today, which feels great. And I'm calling this a Dark Elf Rogue. And yes, I have not made this pose prep ready. That's finished, and this is in progress. Excellent. All right, let's get going. Paint mentioned the more abstract, the better. What would your answer be? I'm curious. All right, we're gonna just go to the top of our subtool list and work from there. When you are posing something getting ready for Character Creator 4, you wanna make sure that you don't have, where's my hat? Anyway, you want to make sure that you don't have too many polys, or make sure that your lowest subdivision level when everything is showing is under 300,000 points. So that's what we're doing right now. There it is. I had a Boolean operation on by accident by having one of these toggled, and because I have that enabled by Boolean, it was triggering that. Okay, problem solved. So a lot of this is going to be simplifying the mesh, remesh by union, and then decimating it down. I'm gonna save myself some time and go to my Z plugin and make sure that I can keep polypaint every time that I decimate. Again, polypaint doesn't affect the final 3D print. I just like how it looks. It's also important that I name each one of these subtools something distinct and something different. Otherwise, Character Creator throws a complete fit because it will overwrite certain subtools understandably because it doesn't know which one is which. Another thing with Character Creator 4 is that when you have like a left and a right, for example, this sleeve, if this is one subtool, it's not going to be able to bind it correctly to the bones. I need to make sure that I have a left sleeve subtool and a right sleeve subtool. Same goes for this armor. Oh yes, Empress, you're correct. They mentioned I'm going to use Blender anyway for proper game animation workflow. Exactly. You will not be able to do all of that just in ZBrush anyhow. You're correct. And in case you're curious and you're like, oh, why don't you pose in ZBrush? The answer to that is I do. It depends on what it is. Because whenever I'm doing multiple poses, it's just a lot more efficient to rig it once and then generate this multiple poses. If I'm just doing like one singular pose, or especially with monsters like the Plague Spreader today, I will like sculpt the pose into it as I'm designing. And Empress mentions, well, I want to do modeling for 3D printing. It's like a stone's throw away from FDM or from game/animation pipeline. There's similarities. A stone's throw is generous. I would say it's like a different continent, but same planet. And the only reason I know about that at all is because I used to work for Titancraft. So Titancraft is very similar to Hero Forge, where you can like create your own character, and there's a bunch of different assets. So I worked for them, and I was their artist that created those assets. So making sure that a shirt will fit different body types, be deformable, that kind of thing. Because it's in a preview like render, it's all in browser. You don't want to have the browser fully rendering that 3D model every single time. So we have a low poly version, and then you bake your maps, you project it. So what you're seeing is actually like a picture of the detail. And then when you export the 3D model, it gives you the high res version. So I am familiar with like UV mapping and unwrapping and all that kind of good stuff. It's similar, but when you're doing it like correctly for like animation and like game assets, it is a significant level up to get there. I guess the best way to put it is I'm aware of how much I don't know, and when it comes to that. I just dipped my toe into that world and I was like, oh my god, that's a lot of work. The Emperor says, oh, fair. And again, I wasn't like coming down on you in any way at all. It's just, oh man. When you get into any field, you find out it's more work than you expected. That's just part of it. Elo says, yes, Empress, it's a lot. Yeah. But it's extremely cool, and I'm excited to see as you continue to grow and work on all kinds of different skill sets and ways to apply your designs. Peyton says, did you miss my answer? Yep. The more abstract, the better, and then your magic was probably Chimeramancy, kind of what that looks like. which is body manipulation and changing magic. That'd be pretty cool. Empress says, I just like the idea of producing models for tabletop on the side, but then taking this model step further and then adding VFX, animation, and rigging for game use. But I'm ready to learn it all. Just one foot in front of the other. There you go. One day at a time. I like it. It's a good attitude. I said, oh my god, adding VFX on top of everything else. I don't even want to think about it. Ray is currently in school for art. I think they got enough on their brain. They're like, don't even talk to me about that right now. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm creating like a left shoe and a right shoe, so that way if they're in the same subtool, they're not going to rig correctly. And that's specific to Character Creator 4. That doesn't mean that's what you would like do in like Blender or Maya necessarily, because I wouldn't know. I haven't tried that. Sweet, this is going really, really smoothly. Empress asked Ray, how is art school? Let's see if Ray even answers that. When I was ever like on break and not actively in school, I'm like, they haven't talked to me about it. I'm not in school. What do you mean? I think Ray has a better attitude than I did though. Good for Ray. Be like Ray. This guy has all this nice hair that you're not even going to see. That's why we remesh by union at the end, because it will just make his hair part of the hat blob. It won't even exist. Yep. I'll go ahead and merge that down to his hat, actually. And then Ray mentioned, yep, it's games art. I think Aloha and Reaper did something similar at some point. It's pretty fun, actually, on the condition one knows how to manage their time. Yes. That is the big thing with art. Yeah, Aloha said, yes, I went to school for game design and art. Aloha lower drop? I know you mentioned it before, but never like in detail. But to be fair, I wouldn't talk about my experience either. School was fine. Just fine. I like this nonsense like hanging chain detail in the back, but I definitely don't want this to deform, so I'm gonna keep this its own separate subtool and reduce the poly count. So Fire says, as a game dev who fights with their asset stores every day at my day job, go for it. We need more good artists in the industry. Also, Unity has a pretty good VFX package for free. How did I miss that you're a game dev? That is so cool. Empress says, oh, y'all are getting like actual degrees and stuff. All right, I think this is all done. That didn't take too long. Famous last words. Let's see if it explodes when I double check it. So to check that this is low topology enough, I'm gonna go ahead and click on all low. So if you look at his pants, you'll see, oh look, detail. No detail. And that's because I have subdivision levels. So now I'm gonna click on merge visible and jump over to this tool and see where we're at. 140,000 points. Excellent. That is only half of the budget I could have potentially used. So we're sitting pretty. Ian says, what is this school you all speak of? Ray says, to be fair, it's less the degree and more the art skill and knowledge that matters. Yeah, that is true, I imagine. I mean, I'm careful not to speak about like industry jobs, especially when it comes to art, because I have no idea. I freelance, and I've only ever freelanced. I can point you in the right direction to people that would have that answer, but it's not me. I mean, I guess I worked for Titancraft. That is pretty, like, real job. I can't say worked for Titancraft, otherwise Jared will yell at me. Jared and Andrew are like, no, you were an equal third partner. And I'm like, You're my boss, but thank you. That was very sweet. All right, let's go ahead and save this. We can get that uploaded and then all nice and rigged up in Character Creator 4. I'm not going to show you guys that because Character Creator 4 does not run on Mac. Womp womp. This goes up into Google Drive, into the cloud, and then my husband downloads it, and then he posts it. Almost done uploading, and then I'm debating whether or not I'm going to call today good or if I'm going to look at the poses for the mannequin bard and post-process that. If I did that today as well, today would be like hugely productive. But I'm also kind of tired. Trying to measure how much creative battery I have right now. I am what I like to call overly disciplined, so I have to check on myself and be like, are you tired? And I'm like, oh, I can do it. I'm like, I don't ask, can you do it? I know you can. Is that going to have repercussions later if you burn out? And then Loa mentioned, education sucks. I've learned mostly directly and indirectly being proactive in my own time than I ever did getting treated like sheep and numbers on a spreadsheet. But that's a personal experience, not a general one. Same. I had a pretty similar experience, even though in a totally different field. Granted, my engineering department was weird. 2 years after or 3 years after I graduated, they briefly lost their ABET accreditation, which is like horrific. That means that anyone that was currently at Fresno State in the engineering department, if that actually got like finalized, that means that they could not give out engineering degrees. Like, that's bad. That's really bad. It doesn't surprise me at all. One of my favorite stories was one of my intro to mechanical engineering classes. Again, this is intro. It's not a big deal. It was an easy A, but the professor was insane about it. And so a lot of people failed that class. And I remember turning in my final. He would look at your final, and then with kind of like a dramatic flair, he would either hand you a McDonald's application or a change of major application. I got a change of major application, which I guess is marginally better than the McDonald's one. The guy was a jerk. He would stand over you like when you're working on your test and like point out stuff and like joke as if you'd gotten it wrong or something. Like, I cannot stress to you how psychotic my engineering degree was. And I'm not usually not one for like, I'm not trying to like gossip. It was bad, you know? Be nice to people. They're just trying to learn. Christ. Ah, goodness. Anyway, let's look at this pose here. Don't want to rain on your guys' parade. We're having a good day over here with our meat slop monster and now our handsome dark elf. And then Ian mentioned, I was never able to go to college. I took mentorships and grinded long hours after work. Good for you for putting in the time. And I get that. I applied to 2 colleges because one was a community college for 2 years. So yeah, community college 2 year. I got a full ride for that. And I got a full ride at Fresno State. That's the only reason why I applied for them, because they were the only ones in my area offering a full ride. If I did not get a full ride scholarship, no. And my dad would have paid for it. Or at least a lot of it. But I was just like, he's done enough for me. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's great. And I was like, you're not going to also take on college debt. Like, no. Speaking of, my dad actually retired just about a month ago. I'm very happy for him. That wouldn't have been able to happen if he paid tens of thousands of dollars for my college experience. So I'm happy about that. Yeah, Torben says, Mia, he should never have been a teacher. I agree. You're not the only person. He was actually the dean of our engineering college for many years. Anyway. And then, SoFire said to Empress, hey, I'm Mortal Dog in Discord if you ever need any help. That's a huge deal. Like, thank you, SoFire. Like, those little connections that you make, I mean, like, are huge. The way, like, these little, like, help outs to everyone in the community, like, you scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of thing, it's huge. Thank you. Thanks for putting that out there. Good vibes. And then Ian says to Ray, thank you. It paid off in the long run, the long hours and grinding. But lots of days where I barely hung out with friends or family. I get that. And then also congrats to my dad for retirement, right? Woo! Oh, you guys are cute. I'm gonna let him know that you guys said this. Amazing. No kidding. Forge said some of the students a couple years above me on my animation courses sued university because the course was so awful. Oh my gosh. It sounds like, Aloha, that your experience, though specific to you, was actually a general experience. Oh, goodness. Lord. But hey, look. We're all here today. We're working towards things we want. We've achieved things we've wanted. That's fantastic. You just keep on going, day by day. Like, I can't believe I made this ridiculous dude for a living. I freaking love that. Incredible. Ricky said, I am fighting demons right now to not just go off at me as professors. Triggers me every time. That's my husband. Ricky and I have been together for, well, this year they'll be our 11th year. So he's seen everything. He knows every single year, every day of my college experience because he was right there. At least I have some funny stories, or you know what? That's not a funny story. Never mind. Not a funny story. That's just sad. You ever look at like a sad experience and like you laugh because like it's so sad, it's funny, and then like you go to share it and you're like, nope, that's not funny. I can't share that. Never mind. Yes, healthy art support here. I like it. And then Ray says, Mia, I would like to point out that you are garnering this collection of positive and nice artists because of your nature. That's a very sweet comment. But I also like how you worded it, like my collection, like my little menagerie of all my nice little art. I don't know. As someone that like grew up obsessed with Pokemon, it's very much so I gotta catch them all. And I'm like, you're right. And I will continue to collect you guys. Oh, goodness. All right, what was I doing? Sorry, we're towards the end of the stream. We're 4 hours in. We did Hammer Keeper's Craft. We did the things. Let's see. I'm gonna do a final review on this ZSketch brush because it was just so transformational, and just in case we have any new people that are lurking. Oh, that's a mannequin bard. We're gonna review poses for her later. She turned out really cool. We worked on her last week. Anyway, there are so many tools in ZBrush, and it can be overwhelming, but you're really doing yourself a disservice if you don't like seek them out and try to like find them, because it's worth it. So here is one last demo on how to use ZSketch to create our goop man. All right, step one, you go to append and then a Z sphere. Select your Z sphere. You can change how big it is by clicking E on your keyboard. That's E for elephant. Click and drag on it. Makes it nice and small. And then W to move it. Just hide it in your model somewhere. Then come down here to ZSketch, Edit Sketch. Click on Q for draw mode. And then there you go. You're kosher. It's a little bit of setup. Once you're here, you're all set. I like using this sketch brush. Very simple. Just sketch one. And you can click and drag. You can change your draw size and goop away. By default, it sticks to the mesh, but if you really want to be able to, it does a pretty good job regardless. But if you want to connect a little better, I recommend using armature for that. And you can really bridge these gaps here, that kind of stuff. Another standout is bulge, and that's how I create like this pustule effect. Once you have all of your goop, all of your cool stuff, again, this is not real, it's just a preview. Go to unified skin and then preview. You can increase the resolution, add subdiv. I found around 200 resolution did quite well. And then finally, oh, sorry, I clicked on preview. That's like made it real. So see how it looks like it got dynameshed? And then make unified skin. We're almost done. It's still not real, as you can tell. Most of my things are grayed out here. It actually spit it out into its own tool right here. So to bring that into your scene, just come down to subtool, append, and there it is. You can see as I click on these back and forth, even though they look the same in like the viewport, see how that looks identical? When I click on them back and forth, you can actually watch my UI populate or go away based on whether it's a real mesh or not. So there you go. There's that piece, and you can, this is just normal geometry. It is polygrouped, albeit a little chaotically. It is polygrouped, which is very cool. It's every stroke that you did. So yeah, just a little recap on that because it's such a powerful tool, and there is quite a few steps and a little bit of setup. So if you need to repeat any of that, let me know. But it's really cool, and I encourage you to play with it. And then Ian says, fun fact, sideshow artists will use ZSketch for long flowing hair. That sounds awesome. And then Ian mentions, yeah, just put all of us positive artists on the shelf for display. I will. That's why I collect you and I put you in my Discord. And then I have regularly DM'd people, like especially Matt. And I'm like, hey, why aren't you putting yourself in self-promo? Why aren't you selling? Yeah. I'll make sure that you share your stuff. And it's just so important. Don't be shy. Ray says E for elephant gets me every time. Yeah, I don't know why I picked that. At some point I knew like the proper like military like phonetic alphabet. So like foxtrot, delta, instead of saying D. It's also like D as in dad. I just think it's funnier. I can't remember what E is. What was E in like the actual like, you know, we say it phonetically out loud. I got really good at it because my last name is Benzin. And I don't know where the T came from because we're from Benson, Germany. I think it's an immigration thing. They were like, what? They put a T in there. But anyway. Benzin, spelling that, like, how do you spell that? Bentzien. Do you know what a nightmare that is to spell over the phone? Oh my God. So I got really good at being like B for like B, Bravo, like whatever. Anyway, that's enough Mia lore. Echo, thank you. Wow, all of you guys knew that. All four. Okay, it's not that common of knowledge. Like, E for elephant, thank you. Oh my goodness. ZBrush mentions it's great for muscles too. I could see that. All these dorks knowing that. That's great. I love it. Ian was excited, like, ooh, ZSketch, so underrated. It really is, and the only reason I came across it is because I have a Pinterest board, because my goodness, don't we all? Go away, spreadsheet, not your time. I have a couple Pinterest boards, one for tutorials and one for inspiration, and anytime I see something that's a technique that I haven't used, I make sure to pin it. And then recently for my warm-ups, I've been sharing this Pinterest board, and I'm like, if you guys see something you want me to make, let me know. Why are you not loading? Anyway, let me know, and then I'll make it on stream. That's actually why we did the shoes from the other day. My internet is acting like it doesn't work, which is hysterical because I am streaming right now. There you go. You just need a little refresh. So yeah, I was right here. And then one of my mods, Sader, saw this and was like, learn how to do this. And so we did. Where is that shoe that shoe tutorial I did the other day? Yeah, here we go. This is what I was following when I made the warm-up because I'm really... I'm not as good at shoes. I'm trying to say, like, avoid saying I'm bad at, because I feel like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I am improving on shoes. Anyway, so I had fun mocking this up in, like, a 20-minute tutorial for yesterday's warm-up. I also think it's helpful to do these tutorials, like, in real time, because they tend to skip steps, understandably. I actually liked this one quite a lot until we went from here to here. I was like, oh my goodness. Almost nothing happens between these two, but this is gigantic. Oh, look, I could use ZSketch for that. Neato. But anyway, you guys could look at my Pinterest board whenever and be like, hey, for tomorrow, do this one, and I will do it live. Grimnir says, that is really cool. I love their stuff, and making sideshow quality figures is my long-term goal here, so that is a great bit of info. Yeah, that's so cool. All right, I think that is pretty much a wrap on today, I believe. I heard also talking to Grimnir saying, yeah, a few years ago at the 2023 ZBrush Summit, I was honored to tour Sideshow and talk to their artists. They're amazing humans that make cool stuff. It's on YouTube. How freaking cool. And yeah, supports my ongoing theory that's like the more like skilled and it seems to be directly related to like how skilled someone is and then how wonderful they are. I know it's like, don't meet your heroes, but I find that, I don't know, with artists, if they're coming across as unapproachable and haughty and gatekeepery, they're probably not as good as you think they are or they think they are. Oh yeah, feel free to put a link. Ian won't be able to put a link in the chat because he's not a mod. But Ian, of course, you are welcome to share that in our Discord. We'd love to have that. If not, I'll find it. If someone's going to find it, Grimnir's going to look for it right now. Great. Whoever finds it first, just put it in the Discord for all of us to enjoy as well. You can put it and share your art or general. Really, you can put it wherever you want. So yes. Rodolfo says, ooh, I come back and we're making shoes. No, this is just a warm-up from yesterday. I was actually talking about Pinterest, funny enough. But yes. Where is it? There it is. So I learned how to use ZSketch today because it was something I pinned on Pinterest. And then I have my students and just viewers like you, anyway, look through it and be like, hey, learn this today. So this is a warm-up we did yesterday. I feel like I've said day a lot. Okay. Yeah. But it's fun to follow stuff like this and just see how close I can get. And I don't like making shoes, so I'm trying to work on that. Thank you, Aloha, for sharing the link. Thank you, thank you. That one 3D artist says, ZBrush Summit was my one and only summit. I want to go to another one. I was very sad I couldn't go to Monsterpalooza. That does sound really fun. Tomorrow's shoe stream. Don't put that evil on me. No. I only make new shoes if I absolutely have to. Oh, goodness. All right, I'm going to wrap up today's stream because, goodness, I could talk to you guys all day. I'll be back again tomorrow for Thursday, and I'm not even sure what tomorrow's request is going to be. Probably not as gross as today, though I did enjoy today immensely. What else? If you're lurking, join the Discord, and you guys are welcome to continue talking and hanging out there. We do have a peasant social pub if you want to stream your own art, talk with people, hang out. It doesn't have to be art. I have people that will stream like Stardew Valley and other games like that. So that is a place for peasants to be peasanty. Be merry and rejoice. All right. I'm out of things to say. This is great. Thank you guys so much. Like the stream on your way out. It makes a huge difference, truly. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? All right. Take care. Bye. much.